Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Welcome to my first Conquest miniature. This is one of those Wardrhun Riders here. Not sure what I'm going to do with the skin tone. Not even sure what I'm going to do with this right here. We got some different pictures of birdies and stuff like that. We'll see how that's going to work out. I think this one we might go with violet and that sort of a scheme. I mean, we have all kinds of examples of crazy, wild color schemes that we've done on other things, like this party skink I think that's what we call these guys, the big old chameleon skinks. This one was more of here we go. Yeah, so that was actually a little bit of a cobalt violet in there, I think. But let's see what we can do here. We got our usual stuff out here. I might have to throw some more Egyptian violet out there. Actually, let's see. A little bit of that goes a long way. What I'm actually going to do is this. Just start reactivating that a little bit, I think. Then we've got our radiance out here. The yellow, magenta, violet, turquoise blue, and green. Got an Indian yellow in the corner. Fast matte white in that corner. Prussian blue down over here. You got some of your darks. Indigo. The Mars black. And then we've got the Van Dyke brown sitting over here. We also have these 3D printed plants from Make It Epic Basing. Those were really fun. We did all this in a basing video, actually. Well, we actually based a few Conquest things. I'm going to start throwing out some thinner here. Oh, no, nothing in particular here. Just some Van Dyke brown, some other things. We'll just get some of that going on the base, which is going to get a whole bunch of lush vegetation. Landress, how the heck you doing? Happy Saturday? No, Friday. Happy Friday. That's right. It is Friday. The heck if I know what day it is, right, Landrast? Why would I know that kind of stuff? That's not information I would have. Not at all. I might throw some more of that asphaltum out here. So Landrast, it'll be interesting to see what happens when those other colors get here. Some of the fast mats, and then it was a Williamsburg color, Mars Red. It might end up being sort of a different version of this one right here, but I thought we'd just give it a try. Remember it's a flesh tone video that we did, and we tried this, asphaltum, brown matter, terra rosa. I mean, we can do another one of those. Hey, Deck Knight, nice to see you. I hope that you've been having a decent couple of weeks there, or at least a decent week. Again, we're just going to throw some of this dark down in here. This stuff's pretty absorbent as far as the bulletin board cork. Not quite sure what we're doing on the skin tones of these guys yet. We got skin and we got feathers, or scales and we got feathers. Now, Dick Knight, sorry that it's kind of a this and that sort of a week. Some wins and some losses. I don't know. As long as there was some wins, the way things are going, you take any kind of wins, right? Right, Artemichael? So, Artemichael, so let's see, 5 days of Monday. Would you say you've reached your quota of Mondays for, well, we're at the end of October anyways, but I think you would say you've reached your quota of Mondays for quite a while, right? That is definitely for sure, Deck Knight. Now, again, not really sure what we're going to do there on his skin / scales. I don't even really have to decide right now. We got 3 of these guys prepped. I don't know. Maybe I can find some more of these or more of this faction on eBay or something like that. And then we can try and do some more crazy lizard man like plumage and colors and all that good stuff. It's cool nonsense. Crazy Wolf, nice to see you again. I hope that you had a decent night's sleep after last night. Happy Friday to you, of course. Artemichael, sorry that it's just been that kind of nuts, but boy, it just seems like school. It seems like there's times where maybe it's slightly less nuts, but never easy. Never seems to be easy. All right, let's keep going here with this Perline black, whatever. It's going to be a while before we even get back to this stuff here anyways. It is 3D printed bits, so that should be reasonably absorbent. And take some of that in before we try to wipe any of that away. I think we've got all those covered, so now let's see what happens to our birdie right here. So again, we'll just do something here for the skin tone. Don't even know what exactly we're looking to do here. Maybe some parts of it will be a little bit warmer, some parts a little bit cooler. Don't know yet. Could be more like Prinkles the cat. Who knows? Yeah, I'll throw some of this out here too. Maybe, you know, well, there's a little bit of purple matter. That'll, what the heck? We'll just go bonkers here. Purple matter. That's not a staining color, though. Keep that in mind. Not at all. I mean, there's just not that many. I know people are always asking me, what's the list of staining colors? What's the list of staining colors? I'm like, you don't even need a pencil. The list is pretty darn short. There is not that many. I mean, Landress would just say that, okay, there's been a couple added. Maybe, okay, so the Naphtho red from Gamlin, okay, we added that one. I guess Perline Black is one that we added from the original list. But not a lot of them are there. And I'll go back to the asphaltum over here. Not quite sure again what we want to do skin tone wise on the orcs. Well, I guess that's what's riding them, apparently. I don't know. Don't even care. Doesn't matter to me. And yes, that's actually Terra Rosa instead of green that we're using there, because we can put green over the top of it, can't we? Hey, Halligan, how you doing? So Halligan, yeah, I think you, oh yeah, that's right, you saw the new one, right? Hey, Blades, nice to see you again. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Thank you. That is, I hate Painterly Git too. Welcome back, Painterly Git. I hope you're able to get some sleep. Actually, Blades, same for you. I hope that both of you guys were able to get some sleep there last night. So yeah, that would be, and boy, you'll actually be able to see the whole unit here. Look at that. So there it is. Boom. There's the unit. Just finished that. Just finished that off. And thank you so much. Did that actually go to the hype train? Let me, okay, so now we're at 50%. Okay. I was like, wow, that was fast for a hype train. Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, look at that. Guess who's in the chat, everybody? Everybody say hello to Kathy. Say hello to Kathy. Now, I don't know if, I'm not sure when I'll be streaming tomorrow, so you might want to wish her happy birthday now. You should wish Kathy a happy birthday now, because tomorrow's Kathy's birthday. Hey, War Shadow, nice to see ya. Thank you so much, Painterly Git. Looks so, I think that's enough. I think that does it. Wouldn't you say, Painterly Git? I think that is enough. Well, let's see, what do we got here? Do we have a choo-choo train? I think we have ourselves a choo-choo. He's like, uh-oh. That's a chicken rider. He's very chicken of that choo-choo. Boom, there it is. Choo-choo train. Hype train. Hype train, there it is. Here, look at that. Nice little seizure for you guys. Look at that blinky light right in the face. There you go. Is that Clover that I see there? Hey, Clover, how you doing? Thank you so much, Clover, for that sub. Hey, Happy Heretic, nice to see you. And thanks so much, Painterly Git. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So again, Kathy's in the chat. Well, oh, and by the way, the Kathy figure in Siocast, that's on the Reaper Miniatures page, or on the Reaper Miniatures site. You can go get that now. Thank you so much, Helgen. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I don't actually have that one, so I'm just gonna have to paint another one of the Dark Sword ones. So yeah, I don't have any of the Siocast Cathys. Or is it Sio Cathy? I think it's Sio Cathy. Is that what we're going to call that? A Sio Cathy? We're also going to say thank you so much, Hootie. How you doing? Here, well, first we'll do this. Thank you so much. 5 months of subbing there. Then I guess it's time for there it is. There it is. Here we go. What could that be? What could that be? What could that be? Could it be hype train? Hype train. There you go. That's not going to make anybody dizzy or anything like that. Hype train. Thank you so much. That's certainly not going to make anybody dizzy. You know what? We don't have too much on the table here. See, it actually moves. Look at that. See that? Very cool stuff. So thank you so much. Let's see. Yeah, Landras, this is, oh, that's right. I didn't actually post this one yet. I'll be posting the video to this soon. I also did, what the heck else? The mounted squires. I did those guys too. So everybody say hello to Kathy. She's right there in the chat. Say happy birthday to Kathy because tomorrow's her birthday. So Hootie, I hope that you're doing well. What the heck? What the heck? I'm kind of curious about, now I'm even more curious about those fast mat colors. At first I was just like, oh, whatever, they'll be just like backup to other things, and then I realized, I don't know, maybe we can have some fun with those things. Let's see, I think we're all caught up now. Let's just again, I think we're going to go with more of a greenish skin tone on our orc, but maybe greenish brown or ground. Or would it be breen? See, Kathy has bleen. I get breen. There we go. I claim ownership of breen. Yeah, Kathy gets bleen. I get breen. I like that. I like that. So I claim copyright to that right now. So Armored Wolf will be here in a little bit. It's awful early for him right now, and I didn't have a chance to shoot him any kind of messages or anything like that saying, well, this is when I might be able to go live or whatever. So kind of caught him by surprise. So you know what we haven't seen in a while? Let's go to some of the older ones here. I think, well, some of these might, well, actually I'm kind of curious. Some of these might be cookie decorating ones. Ooh, look at that. You may not learn what you want, but you learn what you need. Well, found that out doing these Conquest figures. Oh, I learned. Oh yeah. Yeah, I learned a bunch of stuff. Wasn't stuff I wanted to learn. I just learned it. Yeah. Oh, and well, boy, are you sensing a theme here? Armed with the knowledge of failure, you can make improvements. The improvements that you desire. Well, that's the case of, if anybody's ever assembled Conquest miniatures, you know what the heck I'm talking about. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about there. So how many times did we say this yesterday? This is key because we're going to be using some Egyptian violet very soon. All hail Egyptian violet. Everything else, it's just purple. However, we have, look what came in the house yesterday. Yeah, this right here thinks that it can compete with Egyptian violet. Yeah, Egyptian violet comes along. And it says, do. Look, see that? That says Series 5 right there? Yeah. Series 2. Dude, you ain't got a shot. Yeah, you didn't think you would see talking paint containers. We can talk. We watch you. All the time. Plot twist. Plot twist for sure. Let's see. Yeah. Kathy, how many times have we made discoveries the painful way? Oh yeah, well, guess we shouldn't have done that. Oh, guess those miniatures go together that way. So yeah, you didn't realize that paint could talk. Yeah, you thought it couldn't. You thought your paint containers couldn't talk. You thought that was just me being delusional. Yeah. Why don't you put like a closed circuit TV camera on your paints next time? See what happens to you. Hey, Queez, how you doing? Nice to see you, Queez. So, Queez, this weekend, do you got any fun stuff planned? And I guess, would you say that squats have been fully squatted, or have they only been partially squatted right now? So thank you so much, everybody, for the hype train, of course. Appreciate that. We're just throwing some, basically whatever on here. I don't care. I really don't, seriously. All kidding aside. Now you can see, look at how some of this stuff is already, see, it doesn't look very shiny anymore. And this is a plastic surface here. This is not printing resin or any, well, this is down here. But that's the key with less thinner. Less thinner. Hey, Adrian, nice to see ya. Ah, you played against some Custodes. So, Quiz, what kind of stuff do you typically see out of a Custodes army these days? Do you see those? Because those are the guys with the little cute little jet bikes, right? The little gold jet bikes that fly around and prance around and all that kind of stuff, right? Now, Happy Heretic, is that the... That's not the army box, right? That's the... Oh, what the heck is it? That's the kill team box, right? Hey, Lethal Shadows, how you doing? So, Adrian, nice to see you. Happy Friday, all that good stuff. Everybody, please give a follow to Lethal Shadows Gaming. So, Lethal Shadows, I hope that you're doing well. I hope that you've had some more, well, mega orders too. Everybody, again, please check out Lethal Shadows Gaming. Lethal Shadows. Speaking of 3D printing, well, that's kind of your one-stop shop. Well, and there's more. I mean, there's not just the 3D printing. Lethal Shadows can describe some of that other stuff. Actually, Happy Heretic. Wow, is that about $70 off the start price, or the MSRP, whatever that is? So yeah, Happy Heretic. That kind of sounds like a deal right there. Let me see. Let's say, hey Dio, how you doing? So, well, let's see. Kobolds is still going on, right? It's only, well, it's 9:09 here. I think Kobolds is still going on. I heard little snippets of Kobolds. Everybody, please also give Diomedes Industries a follow. Ah, they just finished. Hey, look who's here. It's Tony. Everybody also please give YGM Monologue and a follow. So you got to get busy here. You got a bunch of people to follow. Lethal Shadows. Also check out lethalshadows.com again for all of your printing needs. Seriously. Over 20,000 files, right, Lethal Shadows? Plus lots of other fun bonus items, dice, and those slate coasters, other fun things like that. Yes, and Kathy is in the chat. Everybody, please wish Kathy again. I'm not sure when I'll be streaming tomorrow. It could be maybe a later stream because it's Kathy's birthday. So maybe wish Kathy a happy birthday right now. Say happy birthday to Kathy. I think we're all caught up, right? So Dio, nice to see you here. I assume there's as many kobolds around as there were that started the evening tonight. All right, so we've taken some of that away. How's about we chuck in some Egyptian violet? Oof, that is some intense stuff right there. Dang, look at that, man. Looky there. A new paint handle. That's the thing. Yeah, sorry I couldn't remember that, Lethal Shadow. I knew there was something else. It was like a brand new product. So, yeah, actually, Hootie, it is not. You are not wrong. You are totally correct there. That's why I actually did a video about these guys. I did a video about the gap filling process. I also did a video about the basing process using these Make It Epic plants. Speaking of Make It Epic, they just launched some new stuff. When Armored Wolf gets around here, Armored Wolf will be able to kind of tell you what some of that stuff is. Now, of course, when it comes to oil paints, what do we always say, Dark Dan again? Don't be hasty. Don't be. Oh, speaking of Egyptian violet, look at that. Don't be hasty. Colonial Scale Monitor. Hey, CSM, how you doing? Thank you so much. Yes, happy birthday to Kathy. So a couple people have the same birthday there. Well, Dark Dan again, I hope that you're doing well. So Dark Dan, before you head out though, so I'm not sure if you saw the final episode of this. Speaking of Egyptian Violet, we used that here. Yeah, this is the latest army painting series is all complete. Look at that. I almost said Shadow Spear. These guys are the Golden Company swordsmen. Looky there. So we had Skelly Friends, we had Goon Master something, basing bits there. I've actually spent the last 2 days printing up more of that stuff. Blades. Now, what it might end up looking probably not as warm as our Party Skink right here. Not quite as warm as our Party Skink. Speaking of Party Skink, here's another one. Those are the Agama Rising. I'm going to print me some more of those again. Thank you so much, Monologuing. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the gift subs. Appreciate that. So, Tony, if you wanted to post any pictures of stuff that you've been working on. Oh, hey, Dark Dan again. I know you got some stuff that you can post, too, before you head off to bed. I know you got some Insta things that you could post, or Discord things. You've been... And it's some of it done with the oils, too. So, yeah, definitely do that. Now, we came prepared here. Yeah, we did the whole Boy Scout thing. Always be prepared. Yeah, you don't expect to see something come from this direction, do you, huh? Looky there. Be prepared. Always be prepared. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Queez. So yeah, Queez. Wow. The one thing is, though, you got to prepare yourself for the difference in taste, because that's two different things. Whoa. All right. I forgot that's two different things. With no cracker in between. Oh my goodness. Wow, that was quite different. So thank you so much, Tony. Appreciate that. Sorry that the back has been pesky there. Actually, how did... oh, gee whiz. How did your convention go? That was in, what, Lake Geneva, right? Dragonfall. I hope that went well. Gee whiz. Now, monologuing... Was that stuff even bugging you at Adepticon, too? Because... you were doing that charity stream for, well, 24 hours a day practically for the entire weekend. I wasn't sure if it was bugging you then, because I guess that didn't develop overnight. All right, so I think we're almost caught up there. So Queez, thank you so much for the bits. Everybody, thanks for the cheers and the subs. Thank you so much. And of course, again, Kathy's still here in the chat. So if you want to wish her a happy birthday, now is the time. Because again, I might be streaming later tomorrow night since, well, it's her birthday. There we go. Check out Skeletor in Oils. That's by Dark Dan again. Let's see. Yeah, so, well, Tony is technically not allowed to stream because all of his mods are over here. Now, of course, again, he doesn't want, speaking of Boy Scouts, nobody ever wanted my medical treatments. I just thought a tourniquet it can just resolve a whole host of medical issues. For some reason, people weren't quite as enthusiastic about the neck tourniquet as I was. I just thought, you put that neck tourniquet on, you give it a few seconds, and, well, you don't feel anything, that's for sure. Hey, Katerina, nice to see you. I think we've got our Egyptian Violet in place. This is one of those super staining colors right here. So just a little something to word to the wise, shall we say. So blades can't be in two places at once, not even through the magic of the internet. Also, too, thinking about maybe doing some. Ooh, well, no. We won't use that. Where did it go? Actually, again, we have more of these coming here. I think 4 more of these, just to play around with them. We'll do a couple of painting videos with them. No idea if they're going to work the way we think. All right, let's start wiping some of this away. There you are. I don't care if it gets on the skin. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. So again, these are Conquest miniatures right here. We'll be doing, we'll be posting the video on this. What's today? The 28th. So on the 30th, I'll be posting that. That'll be the last video for October, for the Patreon page, that is. As we just did the last episode of our army painting series. Look at all that Egyptian violet coming off of there. Looky there, huh? Snazzy stuff. Boom, just shove this little magical makeup sponge down there. Let's get some more of these. Blades, typical stream is only 4 or 5 hours long. Doesn't matter how big they are. That's where the oils really come into play. And of course, filbert brushes, right? We're not going to be using we're not going to be using just the dinky little brushes to paint this. And you can see we're, 26 minutes in. We've already got color everywhere. And of course, we were able to do some interesting Book of Wapple stuff. Some of which totally applies to Conquest miniatures. Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know. I think one of these days I'm going to have Kathy just assemble some of the Conquest stuff for me. That'll be part of the physical therapy, is having to... It won't be mental therapy, that's for sure. It'll be mental trauma. And trying to assemble some of these things. You'll be so darn confused, you won't know what the heck hit you. So, now, we'll return these guys here. For the first, let's see, episode 3 and 4, all I basically used was a filbert brush for the most part. Especially episode 3. All of the, and you can see it here. See a lot of those are reflected colors and such. Basically done with this or a large brush. None of that done with a dinky tiny little brush. There's 12 of these guys. Basically this entire unit, okay, including the basing, about 12 and a half hours of video time. So 12 and a half hours. There's 12 guys on here, including the movement tray. Just saying. That's all. Just saying. It's the one true brush. There it is. I mean, you can see it's kind of beat up right now, isn't it? Kind of beat up. But it gets more beat up. Yeah. When it gets more beat up, see this here? We actually snipped off the ends there. It's a spatter brush. It's a stippling brush. We also use it for our basing materials. Oh, no problem there, Armored Wolf. It got rambunctious. It got rambunctious. There was some hype trains and some this and some that. Everybody, there is Armored Wolf, and everybody again, please say happy birthday to the Kathy, because Kathy's right there in the chat. All right, you can see all that dark color there on the end of Mr. Filbert brush. Let's do some more here. Again, just a quickie little dry brush, but it's not a dry brush because it's all mixing. See all that dark paint on there? What does that say? It says it's mixing. Let's just throw some of this on here. Again, less is more. More is way too much. Hey, this Mechanic Games, nice to see ya. Yeah, there were 2 hype trains. That's even before Sarge got here. We still got some rocks. We're gonna rock that Shamrock Shake. Thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. And Sarge, Kathy's right there in the chat. So again, everybody please say hello to Kathy. Say happy birthday to Kathy. Because again, I don't think that I'll be streaming tomorrow while she's awake. I might be. It's possible. But then you can just say it to her again. Lurking while working. Well, Sarge, that I understand. That I completely understand. Now here, if we get that, that's the radiant violet here, even on the skin, but it's going to mix with a different color. We're going to get a different result, more of a gray right there. So Colonial Scale Modeler, I hope that you are doing well also. We also have Lethal Shadows Gaming in the chat. So this Mechanic Games, I hope that you're doing well. Hope you had a good Friday. Hopefully everybody had a good Friday. More of this down here. Again, all we're looking to do is just kind of establish a couple of values. Something real quick here. Nothing crazy right now. We're only a half an hour in. Don't have to go bonkers.
So say we all.
Uh-oh, Secret Squirrel is not so secret anymore, courtesy of a sub from Blades. Thanks, Blades. Oh, look at this. It's coming from the right side. You never know where these are coming now. Hey, Zentorian, how you doing? Nice to see you back. Zentorian, I know you were here a couple streams ago. Hopefully you're doing well. Actually, hey, Halligan, if you wanted to post any of your recent stuff there, your Savage Giants, in the chat. Sorry, I forgot to ask you to do that. And hey, Sarge, if you want to post some of your basing stuff in the chat there. Sorry if I didn't ask. All right, now here, see, we're going to do a little changeola here. Look at this. We got Radiant Gray, Radiant Green. I mean, there's some of the violet in there. Okay, just a little touch of this. I mean, this is as little paint as you could possibly have. So what are we doing here? We're doing basically a light green dry brush into Van Dyke Brown, mostly asphaltum pre-glaze. And look at that. See that dark color on the end of the brush there? That's all kind of mixing together. So Tony, I just keep thinking, remember that, oh, I don't know if they call it a mastodon or not, but that big orc thing, or ogre thing, so it was Ogre Kingdoms thing that we painted at Adepticon on your charity stream there. Actually, hey, if you wanted to post that, or actually, Tony, if you have any pictures from, oh gosh, Dragonfall, keep wanting to say DragonCon, but if you have any pictures from Dragonfall that you wanted to post or whatever, I'm sure that would be just fine. Where's her face? There it is. Getting again a little bit of the greenish color mix in with all the brown. There we go. Oh, it's the flicker. Geez, Halligan. My goodness. There's no way we're ever going to be able to make that one social media platform to rule them all without the letters being 400 letters long. Because, let's see, I think I forgot things like Reddit. Well, I think we even included MySpace in there. But it all started with me saying Pinstagram. And then it kind of devolved from there, didn't it? So Sarge, yeah, I guess there's some brand new stuff by Make It Epic, which we are going to try and, well, make into some build plates after the stream here. Look at that. So Blades has reached the level of 69 gift subs there. I see Painterly Git and Blades at, and Monologue it. Oh, that's this current stream. So Halligan, did they do, I just remember the old metal ones. Remember the old metal ones there? I haven't had a chance to check out anything. I know you sent me some pics there. But, oh, you posted them right there. There we go. Okay, there they are. Now, are those the old metal ones? Again, I haven't had a chance to look at anything today. Or did they do... No, they did do some new plastic ones, didn't they? Well, I guess new is relative. I guess, too, it also depends. Are they new late war winter Germans, or are they old late war winter Germans, or early war? Let me see. Yeah, with 69, that count is in the lead. All right. So radiant yellow mixed with our radiant green. So Halligan, I will check those out after the stream. Try and get caught up on all the good stuffs there. Okay, yeah, Halligan, I think those are the ones. Yeah, you and I are thinking of the same ones. There was ones from even older than that, I think. They were the metal ones. But I think these are plastic ones from about 3 to 4 years ago. Well, they had winter coats on anyways. Would have been handy in Barbarossa, wouldn't they? Okay, let me grab a little bit of this radiant magenta. That's going to make kind of a brownish color almost. You can see how we sweat over small little things like that. It's like, whatever, don't care. Hey, Comp Native, how you doing? Again, it is Kathy's birthday tomorrow, so everybody wish Kathy that happy birthday. I'm not going to sing the Marilyn Monroe version, not going to sing any version of it, because that wouldn't just be, that'd be a violation of senses, much less a violation of terms of service. Especially if I were to do it in that outfit, which I have in the closet, but Twitch doesn't like that. Alright, so we got some action on the beak here. Do we go more reddish on some of the outer edges of our raptor, or do we go more, I don't know, we'll see what happens here. I mean, we've got the I almost said quinacridone magenta. Oh, I could throw that out on the palette, I suppose. Now, how well do we fill our gaps there? Okay, we filled those reasonably well. Again, that was part of a gap filling video. There's the Reaper miniature version of the Kathy miniature. Again, now here's the Dark Sword one that we painted up. But Sayo Kathy is available. Sayo Kathy is available now on the Reaper store. So everybody, that is available for purchase now. Thanks, Halligan. Yeah, that should be very helpful. Yeah, sorry I haven't had a chance to check those out. It's been a very busy day, for sure. Looky there, right? Doesn't take very long. Why screw around? Why struggle with stuff like this? The differences in color here, easy enough to achieve with some variation in the pre-glaze, wouldn't you say? Pretty much. And look where I'm holding this brush. Again, just 2 fingers on that brush pretty much for the most part here. This is 38 minutes in. And just to show you here, so we'll show you our cav from last night. Where the heck did he go? He's over. Well, we'll just use the one from 2 nights ago. So, I mean, that's how big this thing is. I mean, the rider is bigger than the horse and the rider here. And that's just 38 minutes in. And we've already got ourselves a wee bit of color action going on, don't we? Yeah, Halligan, it can be a spot of bother, as some folks might say. I think so. Again, we'll catch a little bit more of our light over here. We can always do some more, or we could also throw some paint line washes in there too. Get some more darks. Are these teeths over here? What the heck are these things? I don't know. I'm just going to let that mix with whatever this is. We'll probably get some brown matter back out here again. Just reasons. Maybe we'll make this a little lighter here. So I don't know me anything about the rules of this game right here. Conquest, never played it. I don't know if are there many battle reports out there for this game? At least at this point. Or a decent one. There we go. So Tony's got the Adepticon charity piece there. How many people would you estimate worked on that thing, Tony? 30 different people. I mean, it got to be at least 20, but it's probably closer to 30 different people. Also, Kathy was painting on that as well. Hey, Clinton, how you doing? And we got Arid in the house. Arid, I hope that you were able to get a little bit of sleep last night, able to relax just a smidge. Thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. So it was 45 artists over 42 hours. The Andrea miniatures. Wow, Halligan. Oh boy, do I have? I don't know if I really have any of their stuff. I've always and Pegaso, their stuff in Pegaso. Always kind of liked their stuff. Well, as always, I wish they did STL files. Ooh, look at that. Look at that dark green on there. Look at all that dark green. Just gonna throw some of this like over the top of our ferns here. And then these plants, again, these are all 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing. Look at all that dark color on the brush there. So, Erin, I'm glad that you're able to get some sleep. Again, I know that hasn't quite played out as you would like to the last couple of months. I mean, we're definitely hoping for some good results for you, as always. Let me get the undersides of these plants here again. These are from Make It Epic Basing. And actually, Armored Wolf, what were some of the new things that they released again today? I'm having a little bit of a brain freeze on that. I know that he told me, and I saw actually their quickie little Instagram video. Again, that's Make It Epic Basing. Yeah, Era, that sounds like a whole lot of nope right there. Hey, Paintwater, how you doing? Yeah, hell again, and even, I mean, there's the priciness of it, and then there's just the hassle of it. Just dealing with all that stuff. When, I mean, I can just grab, okay, here's a Loot Studios. That's one piece. I printed it, I was done. That's it. Okay, I had to pull off some supports. Yay, big deal. This was a miniature from one of those guys. There would be a lot of stuff to assemble, wouldn't there? So Paintwater, I hope that you're doing well. Everybody, please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. And of course, Paintwater, I know you got a whole bunch of stuff finished. I know you just kind of finished off a big dramatic project there. If you want to share that in the chat, grab a little bit more of that radiant green here. And of course, everybody say hello to Kathy, because Kathy's in the chat. And tomorrow is her birthday, so everybody say happy birthday to Kathy. It's a party. It's a party stream. Good enough there. Now let me switch gears a bit. Switch gears. Radiant Violet, some of our Van Dyke Brown. Not going to do a whole lot here on these rocks because a lot of foliage is going to go there anyhow, so why screw around with that? Zentorian, there you are. So Zentorian, I hope that you're doing well. So again, everybody wish happy birthday to the Kathy. That's tomorrow, which is not that far away. I think we're caught up on the chat, right? Just a little bit of the fast mat will work its way into our Mars Black, Van Dyke Brown. That makes an interesting little gray. Now let's start to fool around with some more interesting color, maybe radiant magenta, something like that. Some good travel storage things for paints and minis. Well, Zentorian, I always love the I always love the cases that I use, the Sterlite cases with the magnetized stuff. I'm not sure how that would go on a plane. That would be probably okay for things like drive into a convention. Not sure about planes, though. Well, that would be fantastic, Paintwater, because you put a lot of work into that. And that was some really nifty looking terrain, of course. You know how much we love terrain here, naturally. Alrighty then. You know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to take a little bit of that. Not Fanchon Red. That's our discount Fanchon Red. As in Naphthol Red from Gamlin. Well, hell again, that should be fun. Let's see. I think we're all caught up there, right? There we go.
So say we all.
Hey, Palos, how you doing? We also want to thank Anonymous. Anonymous also threw out some subs there earlier, so thank you so much, Anonymous. And Palos, that's 11 months. Thank you so much, Palos. Appreciate that. Now, what I want to have here, you can see we're starting to go with the warmer stuff here on the skin, and then the cooler colors as you get out to these purples here. Also want to get into some of the phthalo stuff there. That would be phthalo green. And of course, this stuff looks so light. Believe me, it's not light. Here, look at that. See this up in the corner here compared? Look at how dark that stuff actually is. That's how dark it actually is. None of this stuff on here would be considered a final highlight by any stretch of the imagination. Look at this. No liquid there to clean that brush. We're just using our paper towel. You can see with each pass here, look at how less paint in each one. So we've got a relatively clean brush here. We also don't have a whole bunch of our cleaner in it, which means we can keep doing our dry brush stuff. That's super important. That is very important. Let me see if I can get a little brilliant yellow pale out here. We haven't really done that yet. Bingo, there we go. Again, super light touch on the brush. Look at this here, 2 fingers. Oh, there's a ghoulie bag. Don't they throw like some candy in there, right, Blades? They throw some Halloween candy in there, that sort of stuff. I think if you get a Christmas one, or is it the Halloween one where they put in a rock? The whole Charlie Brown thing, right? He just got a rock in his bag for Halloween. More of our... Again, look at this. Look at where my hand is. I'm serious. That is no joke. That is where my hands are on that brush. Because we want to have a light touch here. Otherwise, not going to have that light touch, as in at all. I'm going to let that mix with some of our greens there too. Try to get some Terra Rosa in the skin tone. So yeah, thanks to everybody that kind of in that special page there tries to post humorous things just to kind of give Kathy a little bit of a laugh each day. We appreciate that, of course. Now, so Palos, see, there we go. I wasn't wrong, right, Palos? There's a chance of getting a rock there. Let's see. Oh, you didn't get a rock, but you had 4 orders that did get the ghoulie bag. Hey, Chris, how you doing? Boy, Chris, it's really weird, right? I mean, it's practically, I mean, like that. We got these 2 fingers. It's practically just doing this. Just dragging it across. Look at this. See that purple that's on the end of the brush right there? It's crazy, right, Chris? How little it takes. I mean, and by little, next to none. Same over here, right? Again, look at where we got our hands on that brush. You can sort of see it easier, I guess, on a bigger figure like this, where we're zoomed way the heck out like so. So again, that's the Kathy miniature from Reaper. So again, there's and that's the Siocast version of this. So it's Cio Kathy. That's what we're calling it now. Yeah, Chris. Well, the acrylics are sort of like, oh gosh, what would you say? They're a bit like peanut butter, glue, and gravel mixed together. and the oils are really that nice, smooth, rich butter, restaurant-style butter, that yummy stuff that just takes practically nothing to spread around. So now we're actually, see, we're taking almost a little bit of the greens now, working that into some of the skin tones here on the, well, I'm guessing this is the Wardrhun, or unless the whole faction is called Wardrhun. I don't know. I don't know the Conquest lore at all, really. So it's Siocast, but we're saying it's just Siocathy. All right, look at all that dark color they just got on the brush there. It's crazy, right? A little bit of a rib cage. Let's make sure again that we can see some of that. Bingo. Alrighty. Now, let's see what we can do here with some darks now. Just asphaltum, maybe some Van Dyke brown here and there. This just a couple of darks we need to restore here very quickly. Nothing fancy. Again, same thing here on this. Some of it will be a little bit more dry brushy. Some of it going to be a little bit more liquid. No saddles on these, so that's also a little bit. I keep looking around for, because well, I've been printing a lot of stuff lately, so I keep looking around here to see if I'm finding any kind of support divots or whatever. I see some mold lines and other crazy things, but no support divots. Just going to darken some of this down again here, just real quick. So it's a well, Halligan. Now, of course, well, you can't get the pewter Cathy anymore because Dark Sword. Well, they might do some pewter Cathy again if there's a big demand for it. But that's the pewter Cathy from Dark Sword. That all sold out. And I just remember when Cathy was first doing the oils, and that is just, if you're new to the oils, it's going to be a little bit of a bugger trying to manage this whole less is more and more is way too much. And the timing of it as we darken down the hair. Now, of course, you got a big honking miniature like this. It's a little bit easier to say, well, I'm just going to work on a whole nother part of that miniature, let that paint set. And that's a very important thing, letting the paint set. It's not going to dry. Now, again, depending on how much paint you're using, it could be dry literally that same day. If you're using a bunch of cadmium colors, well, not so much. Let's see. So you've been buying the Princeton brushes. So, oh, wait. So these are the Velvet Touch. What are you getting there, Chris? You're getting the Aqua Elites. Well, Chris, I don't know if you could send me a reminder or something like that, like Instagram or something like that, because we could give those a test, Chris. For if it's $1 more and they last, what would you say? Maybe not twice as long, but 30% longer, 25% longer. That's if they last 20% longer, that would be about 20% more price for 25% gain. So that works. So what are they called again? Aqua Elites. So I'll try to remember that. It's always worth experimenting. All right, Chris, you never know what kind of great thing. Now, so Zentorian. Now here you can see this is a relatively pristine filbert brush. We've been using this for a little while. Now you can see some that are a little bit less pristine. So you can see that one has been really beat up and chewed up, but that's seen a lot of combat right there. That has seen a lot of action. These brushes tend to be somewhere between the $4 and $5.30 range. Comp Native, yes, light color acrylics, oils are genuinely opaque. So when you have, well, actually even Terra Rosa here is opaque, but I'm just trying to grab there it is. Yeah, this is actually opaque. Acrylic version of this is not opaque. It's somewhat opaque. You could have this be 95% thinner and it will still cover, which is why when we do things like, well, here, some of our object source lighting, some of the brightest object source lighting is actually a pin line wash of brilliant yellow pale. So we're taking that really light color you just saw, it's 95% thinner and it's that opaque. Yeah, acrylics, well, they're not as dark, they're not as luminous, and they are certainly not opaque by any stretch of the imagination. So yeah, Zentorian is just, again, here is some brand new ones, so you can kind of compare what the brand new ones look like. You can also take craft brushes, which are flats, like that, and then you can cut off, you can trim down the sides of them, sort of turn those into filbert brushes as well. See if I can make this a little lighter. You know what? Here, let's just start playing around with our blending brushes and start having some fun here. Let's just start having some fun. Hey, Grey Wolf. Thanks, Grey Wolf. How you doing? 21 months total. Thank you so much, Grey Wolf. Hey, Palos, or sorry, Grey Wolf. Kathy's in the chat there. And tomorrow is her birthday, so you can also say happy birthday to her since she's in the chat right now. So here again, we're going to save some time. I'm going to start zooming in here because we're going to get down to some more detail type areas here. Now, let's grab this soft brush with nothing on it. You can see that big old blob right there, which no longer a blob, is it? So we could do a whole bunch of layers there, or we could just do what we just did. I'm thinking do what we just did. So much easier, yes, so much easier. And then see, we can make it a smidge lighter here. Whatever, blending brush, doesn't matter. There, look at that. See how nice and easy that is? Start doing this in some other areas, like there. This just, it never gets old. That absolutely never gets old. Just slopping some paint on there, taking this blending brush, doing a little tap, tap, tap. Which is why this figure that we started 58 minutes ago looks the way it does now. Instead of, oh yay, we have one toe painted. Which the typical kind of painting techniques you see, by now you might have half of a toe painted. That's not the way to get through that big old pile of gray and silver shame, or whatever 3D printing resin you use, shame. For me, it would be Soraya Smoky Black Simple. There, look at that. See? I can even transfer a little more of that color right over there. Let's do some more of that here. Again, you can't have that death grip on the brush. Wouldn't be able to actually reach any of this stuff. So here, look at that, right? Big old blob of paint. Little tap, 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 and it goes from a big old nasty blob of paint to something that's, well, a little niftier. No little liner brushes yet, right? Haven't pulled out any of those yet. So Zentorian, there's a whole variety of products there. It's usually referred to as static grass. There's a whole bunch of different types, and of course, here, well, we have these. See those red ones right there? Green Stuff World also Armored Wolf has some too. Now let me see. We have another variety. right there. That's also from Green Stuff World. We've got some flower and grass tufts from Armored Wolf right here, the replica nature grass tufts. So there's some of them right there. So those are grass and flower tufts, and there's lots and lots of different ones. What the heck? We'll throw a little bit more of our like over here on the skin, like so. Let that mix with what's already here. And like Kathy was saying, the only the Armored Wolf grass tufts have any kind of reliable glue. The Green Stuff ones, or Green Stuff World tufts, I have to use super glue or some kind of glue to get those things stuck on there. Otherwise, they're not staying there on their own. Unfortunate, but that's kind of how it goes. Here's another variety of those on this other. There you go. There's some more of the grass tufts. There also too the flock, saved from Luke's APS. I think this also, yeah, there's some of the Armored Wolf grass tufts on our party skink right there. And like Kathy just said, that was really key to these things, because every single one of these tufts was cut in half. So it's for every one tuft that was in the little package, I got 2 of them out there. And again, we just did that as the whole bunch of videos. Those 2 units that I just kind of flashed out in front of it, including this one right here. Actually 2 Conquest units. You see where I'm kind of doing the gap filling type stuff, and then you also see the basing process where we're using, again, the Make It Epic plants here. Let's throw some more lights on these plants. We'll try and do some really bright highlights on these too. And of course, well, where did he go? Oh, there you are. Nope, that's not you. Here you are. And of course, we've done our whole entire Harad army is based like this. And the latest method we used here, that was the Daz air dry clay. That was really a blast. Enjoyed the heck out of that. Now, let me see if we can't brighten up some of our lights here. I'm going to just get this one filbert brush cleaned up right here, and then we're going to go in with, I'm thinking maybe the Radiant Violet and the, no. Let's keep this a little bit cooler here. That'll be the Radiant Violet and the Egyptian Violet. Those 2 together. Again, very light touch on this brush. There we go. There's some nice, juicy light tones. So what is it? I think it's called Goon Master. There's Pelennor, Make It Epic, Goon Master something. They all have some really fantastic 3D printed basing bits that you can use. Really amazing stuff. Haven't really had a chance to get much of our violet in some of these areas here. Then we'll have to get some of our lighter colors down into this. We've kind of been doing a bunch of mid-tones here. Mostly in the mid-tone range at this point. Goon Master Games, there we go. GMG. Alright, Helligan, I'll try and remember GMG. Well, Helligan, you've watched those videos, right? How often do I say, I can't remember the stupid name? Just couldn't remember the darn name. Probably got to throw some more of my Radiant Violet out here, I think. Again, look at the light touch on that brush. And that is deadly serious. To be able to work with the oils, you need that light touch on the brush. It's also going to help you in other ways too. All right, let me see if I can start to toss a little bit of phthalo out here. We got some phthalo green here. Oh, this could be very interesting. It's going to be a little bit like what we did here on our mermaid. See that on the skin tones there? Try and do some of the same things here. Ah, thanks, Centaurian. Well, it really, the oils do help make that so easy. Because I guess what we're doing here is just some more dry brushy stuff. And that's going to give us a little extra splash of color here. There's some of that phthalo green working its way in there. A little bit of phthalo green. And of course, if you want to see any of the old episodes, they're all saved as highlights. All saved as highlights. Kind of like a YouTube channel. Unfortunately, I can't do playlists, but sort of still like a YouTube channel. See that? Nice little quickie blends between those. That's what's fabulous about the oils. It makes this stuff so much easier to deal with. Look at that. See some greens getting down into the shadow areas there. You're not going to be able to do this if you're just painting one tiny little part of the miniature at a time. You got to work the whole thing all at once. Bingo. Look at that. See? Really changes this guy around, doesn't it? And once again, a little over an hour. We've had how many hype trains here? And yet, we've been able to crank through this. Also, too, see that's a nice little different green. That's why we have all the brown in here, right? To warm up the greens of the orc skin versus our, well, I don't know if these guys, I think they're just called raptors, if I remember right. I will throw some of the phthalo out there, too. Bit more phthalo down here, maybe? Why not? Let's do it. Maybe even on, you know what? Why not? We're literally mixing magenta into phthalo green. Because reasons. Just don't care. Not gonna sweat it. So Grey Wolf, actually Grey Wolf, if you wanted to show off some of your Black Plague stuff there. Wow, look at all that dark brown that's gotten in there, which means we got to go back here, get some more of our phthalo green. This is a super dark phthalo green, by the way. It's almost straight up phthalo green, just being dry brushed in here. Again, that's that same dry brush stuff we were just talking about, right? All about that dry brush. And that's what just makes it all so much easier. Look at that. Throw some more of that down here on his claws. Talons, claws, whatever they might be. Since he gives all that dark color there, here we'll just take the radiant green, some of the phthalo green. A little bit more of a dry brush with the lighter tone in there. So look at all these blends that we're getting without even thinking about it. I mean, really, why work so darn hard? Doesn't have to be. The easier it is, the more likely you are to get down to your painting. If it's like work, and you've just gotten home from work, are you really going to be all that excited to go, oh, yeah, well, I need to work again. Yay. Just got home from work. Oh, look, it's time to start working again. That's just fabulous. No, you want it to be something that's fun, something that doesn't feel like work. This is one way to do that. Well, you can see the cooler greens there and then the warmer greens there. We're also going to be getting some really fun Terra Rosa colors to the orc skin. Like what we did here, except totally the opposite, adding some of that reddish orange into the shadows there. So Grey Wolf, nice to see you again. Sorry that the last few streams have been so late. It's been a little bit frisky. Some misadventures. So sorry those haven't been available. Look at all that darker color there. So again, look at all these fun little transitions that are happening pretty much all by themselves. Don't have to work hard at it at all. Let me get to the I'm just gonna see. Oh, no. Here, whoa. Well, didn't need that radiant magenta in there. Let's go with this. So we're taking this Terra Rosa color here. That is also gonna go into our green skin tones. So we have the same sort of variety and those skin tones as we've got on Mr. Birdie right here, because reasons. And of course, so I was telling Kathy how last night we were talking about all the delicious ways to have hot chocolate. There's the Kahlua, obviously, as the Baileys. Then, of course, the marshmallows we were going to put in there. And then, what was that called, Blades? Where you take the Tim Tam and you bite off one end of each of it, or each end, and then you was that a Tim Tam Slam? Is that what that was called? I think that's what Recoil called it. See that? See the difference there in the skin tone? Hey there, Laminas. Well, hell again, sorry that you got all those challenges to deal with. I mean, we certainly, that second one especially, we understand that one. Well, I actually understand both of those because I had to do, well, both of those several times. So, Halligan, we're wishing for the best for you. Blades, well, yeah. Because you heard me talking about the, what was that? Oh, the peppermint. What was that stuff? The dairy creamer, right? To put that in the hot chocolate, and I said that they had that special holiday peppermint dairy creamer that I used, well, on more than one occasion. So, Luminous, I hope that the printer's behaving itself. I know, I probably just cursed it right there, because you know how that goes. So, Luminous, I hope that you're doing okay. Look at it, just taking some of that same skin tone, throwing that down onto the base. Well, you know I ain't going to be complaining about that, right, Blades? Not at all. So Halligan, sorry again that you have all that. That is no easy thing to deal with one at a time, much less two at a time. Now look at how much lighter that is going to be there. Wow, that's pretty amazing. Just how much lighter that gets. See if we can just start to get some. Yeah, we'll throw a couple of lights over there. Where's my blending brush? There you are. Always want to have that on hand. Poof, there you go. I don't know how much lighter we want to go on the skin there, but it'll be easy enough to go back and throw in some darks. But I like the idea of the Terra Rosa in the shadow. That's another way of warming that up. Now we have plenty of tutorial videos on the Patreon page. We also have some on the YouTube channel that also show some orc skin that's a little more interesting. Not just, oh, yay, more green. Alright, well, Kathy's about to turn into a pumpkin there because it is 10:05. And everybody please say good night to Kathy. And again, to wish her a happy birthday, because again, I'm not quite sure when I'll be streaming tomorrow. It could be after she goes to sleep. So probably a good idea to say happy birthday now. Yeah, hell again, that none of that stuff. Right, none of that stuff easy to deal with. There is no easy, not when it comes to that stuff. Well, I will throw a little more of my light there. Yeah, letting that mix with some of the warmer tones that are already there. Bingo. So there goes Kathy. Everybody say goodnight to Kathy. Yeah, let me see if I can get some light on these fingers right here. It's hard to see where the first sort of ends here, whatever that is, and where the fingers begin, but I think we're able to get that done. All right, where is... I guess we'll use... Is this our new one here? I think we'll use that one. Green users, how are you doing? Thank you so much for joining us here, and thanks so much for the good wishes for Kathy. We appreciate that. So, green users, nice to see you. Now, just like our other brushes, see how... Look at this. All right. I'm about 2 inches away from the face right there. Like we like to say here, it's a lot easier to paint the miniature if the brush actually touches the miniature, which means we're going to do something like this, and yet we're still going to be able to get at that face with all kinds of control as well, as you can see. All right, not a problem there. All right, we actually snuck underneath the spear and able to get some skin tone in there. Here we need to throw some lights down to there. We'll take a blending brush to that, like usual. Now, boy, Luminous, that's quite the that is quite the batch of emotes right there. And I do apologize for not getting to the... There's some new emotes that I've been wanting to do for months and months and months. Sorry I haven't been able to get to those. There actually might be a chance now. Blades, it really is... You know how I talk about that leverage, right? Where you have... So I've got this thing on basically a dead... that's an old Secret Weapon Miniatures cut glass or crushed glass container right there. And then I got my elbows right on that padded mat, and then I've got this finger on top of this finger. Look at it, 2 finger. There's no thumb, so we'll just paint thumb free right here, and I'll do it like here with the thumb out there, so you can see we can paint just fine here. The opposable thumb is a hideous failure of evolution, totally unnecessary, right? So working with no thumb on the brush. Well, green users, sorry we didn't get the chance to see you there. Now, well, I guess there's not too many days left to sign up for it. I've got those 2 classes that I'm doing. They're virtual classes. That's part of Warfare Weekend. And I know it's going to be shocking to everybody that one of them is a non-metallic metals class and the other one is an object source lighting. I mean, it's not like we ever do those things here. Just like we never paint cavalry, we never paint Lord of the Rings miniatures. We don't do any of those things, right? Hey, Grim, how you doing? But blades, yeah, I didn't really... I mean, obviously, way back in art school days when... Let's just say you got yourself a little bit of a talking to if they caught you with your fingers on the ferrule. No fingers on the ferrule, but it just... it's a much easier way. It's a much more chill way of working. Yeah, Halligan. At first I was getting. Do I have some of them here? Well, I think yeah. These are the 20 zeros, right? These just do not last very long. I mean, they're kind of nice at first, but then they kind of go meep right away. So everybody, please give Grim Nation Hobbies a follow. Also, too, please check out for you beginners out there, for the folks new to the oil paints. Grim has a bunch of helpful videos on his YouTube channel that kind of take you through some of those initial understanding the oil paint labels, that sort of thing. So that's a good resource for you. You should check that out. Grim's going to post a link for you in the chat. So yeah, the 18 zeros, they're my favorite. Now, of course, with the watercolor brushes, the liner brushes, some of them they're twice as long as these bristles right here. I mean, they can be just really, really, really huge. So here we're just gonna chuck that out there, and again, a little bit of the blending brush coming in there, making life easy for us. MD, how you doing? Yeah, MD, we're only an hour and 21 minutes in, and as always, this started out with no paint on it whatsoever. It was just primer. Oh, and we got a lot of fun, bright colors to add to this for sure. Let me cut down a little bit on the paint there. That was gonna, yeah. We'll try and get some orange into his eyes here. I think I've got a couple of the 10 zeros, Halligan. I might just snag me some more of those just to have them around. But yeah, the 10 zeros, those are kind of nice as well. You know what? Let me get a little. Ah ha ha ha! There we go. So that's a little bit of the Indian yellow, some of our not Fanchon red, aka Naphthol red. And we're going to throw a little bit of that here. Right next to our phthalo green. Hey, Grundy, how you doing? If everybody could please, like Grey Wolf was saying, please check out Armored Wolf. Armored Wolf has just a really amazing, amazing product. Yeah, we love all the basing stuff, right? The replica nature stuff. But Armored Wolf also does incredible leather work and metal work. You can check out Armored Wolf on Etsy, and also just check out the Instagrams there. Incredible stuff. Hey, Grundy, if you want to post some links to, well, your fabulous 5-time winning army. Yes, not once, not twice, not 3 or 4 times, but 5 times victorious. That would be Grundy. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Now, Halligan, did you get them from Dick Blick? Because boy, it seems like anywhere else it's just kind of dicey. They seem to be super super careful about those. Also, too, when they send multiples, they'll usually also send them like this, which is very nice of them. Everybody, please check out the link there by Grumdy. Again, multiple award-winning, and those are all painted with the oils. Fabulous stuff. Grumdy can also attest to, well, the speed, but the durability of the oils. Because, Grumdy, how many tournaments have you used your army in? Well, 5. Never mind. Well, I don't know. Maybe you could have used them in one where they didn't actually award a best painted. But I know there's the 5 times there. And they're all totally fine, right? No, none the worse for wear. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing here? I'm taking that same orange and I'm just chucking it into some of my leathers over here. Just reasons. Because I actually want that to stand out from all of the greens in the skin, don't we? Do we have a Green Fairy Studios in the house? Yes, we do. Green Fairy, did you just prep some more Shadows over Brimstone miniatures? I think you did, right? If you want to post some of your painted ones in the chat there, that would be cool. And oh, hey, Grumdy, I don't know if you saw. Well, I needed another phthalo green anyway, so these were on clearance on Dick Blick. Speaking of which, yeah, clearance on Dick Blick, all the what's left of the fast mats. But we've never had diazonine purple to compare to Egyptian violet. Now we do. I actually have some more of these on the way. I think there's 4 more. And then there's also Mars Red. That's a Williamsburg color because I just want to compare it. I'm going to do another skin tone video, and I actually want to compare that to some of the other ones we already have. So ever again, please check out Grundy's. Grundy's amazing work there. It is truly fabulous. And again, the Warfare weekend, that's not this weekend, but next weekend. So next weekend, I will be teaching a couple of classes. And again, huge surprise. One of them is non-metallic metals. The other one, well, that's going to be object source lighting. And they start at 10 p.m. Central. And they're 2 hours long. I believe they're going to be done via the Zoom. So the OSL challenge. It's in Discord. Everybody again, please check that out. Brilliant Yellow Pale now. Yeah, what the heck? Let's use the Brilliant Yellow Pale. Brilliant Yellow Pale here. So again, these are the Conquest miniatures that I've been looking forward to messing around with for quite some time. Blades, I do believe so. So this way, instead of having to type in like you do here, I believe you can actually ask questions, right? I mean, that's Zoom, right? That's how it should go. Now, I know I'm pretty sure there's a size limit on those classes there. I have not had a chance to check and see if those are full or anything like that. Don't know. But that's what's going to be happening next weekend, especially since, well, I won't be teaching any classes at Adepticon. I pretty much also told the the Geek Nation folks, yeah, you better plan on me either not being there or not being able to do classes. For sure, not being able to do the class. Now, do we want to go lighter? Yeah, what the heck. We'll just go lighter on his little beak there. Just cause. That really changes everything. So again, that'll be part of Warfare weekend, and that is not this weekend, but next one coming up. Radiant Green. Brilliant Yellow Pale. Why not? Let's see what happens with that. And we'll just throw a couple more lights here again on his face. I don't know, maybe throw a little bit of the phthalo in there so it doesn't get too warm too fast. Yeah, Green Fairy Studios, I kind of been messaging with him the last couple of days. Just saying, yeah, you might want to come up with something different. Now, one of the things, speaking of Zoom classes, one of the things we were thinking of was obviously pre-Adepticon doing some stuff, but he still needs some things there. Obviously at Adepticon to keep them active and occupied. Now again, who knows? Maybe we're at Adepticon almost like normal, or it could be something totally different. So I have no idea what to expect tomorrow, much less March and end of March. So that's where we're just kind of saying, you know what, you might want to make some contingency plans right now. And that's that lighter green here. I might still do a little bit of some lighter phthalo green, potentially some pinline washes in here too. Yeah, Green Fairy, it could be a very different scenario. Who knows? I mean, we can certainly hope for that, right? Now, of course, if I don't have to teach any classes, that means a massive party in Wappleville. It's going to be party town in Fort Wapple, that's for sure. So there's Kathy doing a little bit of a nighttime stroll. So Grim, I was just advised that they were, well, sort of clearance. I mean, they're not super clearance, but kind of clearance. And I just wanted to test them out. Also, there was no point in buying a diazonine violet in anything else since Egyptian violet is going to be the thing, right? And I thought, well, that's a cheap way to get some diazonine violet to do some color comparison to the Egyptian violet. Also, too, there are times where I need something to dry really fast, and Egyptian violet's not the fastest drying color in the world. So I thought, well, if this could potentially, maybe there's a commission thing or something where there's a deadline and it needs to be dry really fast instead of later. Ah, thanks, Grundy. Oh, geez, I still have to get some for us. That's right. The stupid thing with the power going out because of the big transformer exploding. Yeah, I was gonna try and do that. Never got a chance to do that particular order because of that stupid transformer going boom. Oh, thanks, Haligate. Yeah, it happens fast, right? Don't blink. Don't blink. Don't blink. Because it'll happen quick. Now here, we'll just grab our blending brush for this. There you go. Look at that. Grim, those weren't going to be used so much on painting videos. Those are going to be more for just for me when I need to. Well, there's some stuff that I need to do for. Was that the Middle Earth whatever painting contest thing, and I need that to be dry quickly. And unlike last time where I had to do it in acrylics, I'm hoping that I can use those fast mats to try and be able to have that dry in a matter of hours and just see if they work. Because, Grim, it's possible that they might just be picking those up again with some other form of maybe a different formulation. So that's also possible. And I thought, well, what the heck? Let's try them out. Because I do enjoy the fast matte white. That has worked very well as we get some more of our lighter phthalo green in there. And again, thanks to everybody that has gotten those Fort Walpole shirts. We appreciate that. That made a huge difference for us. And well, obviously we'll get some for ourselves too. But yeah, I mean, if we can go to Adepticon like normal. I mean, again, sad that I won't be able to do classes, but at least we'll be able to maybe hang out in Fort Walpole. Thank you so much, Vetbod. Appreciate that. Ooh, that's a sad thing right there. Well, Blades, thank you so much for getting that shirt. Well, what that means is, oh, look what I brought. There's no mini fridge here yet, but we still have that. Thank you so much, Vetbod. There we go. And actually, I needed some more phthalo green anyway. And this is another notoriously slow drying color. That's kind of funny. Actually, Grim, a lot of the colors that I got... Oh, and also I got a quinacridone red. Again, different colors that tend to dry very, very slowly. It's really weird. Thank you so much, Grey Wolf. Boy, Grumdy, isn't that the truth? Is that not the truth? And I've seriously, all kidding aside, I've tried to find, like you say, uses for them, and it's just kind of like, why? Why do that? Actually, oh, Grim, I think it was November, right, that you were thinking of starting up the streaming again, because just a little bit of delay in the restarting of the stream. So everybody, please give Grim Nation Hobbies a follow. Because Grim, speaking of the oils, will be streaming the oil painting soon enough. Not too long from now. Thank you so much, Vetbud, for getting this shirt. Again, that really makes a difference. So see, look at that. We got the greens in there. But this phthalo green, now, of course, we're mixing it with radiant green and even the fast matte white. So that phthalo green may not take quite so long. So the week after that. So again, everybody, if you follow Grim right now, then you'll be all set, ready to go when Grim launches that stream again. Yeah, hell again. It's just, I mean, it's not like I hated him or anything, but well, like Grundy says, Green Fairy, everybody says, the efficiency, the ease. Why go from something that's easy to something that's difficult or something that's going to take longer? It just kind of doesn't make sense, does it? Yeah, so Green Fairy's going to start a support group there. You just sit in a circle. Yes, it has been 9 months since my last use of acrylics. Valfera, how you doing? Nice to see you again, Valfera. Well, I hope that you're going to have yourself a happy Halloween. Actually, Kathy was just in the chat moments ago. Everybody was wishing her a happy birthday because tomorrow is her birthday, which is why tomorrow's stream could potentially be starting later. It's no guarantee. I mean, it could be more like a time like this. Sort of depends. Actually, I was kind of hoping more for a time like this because then, well, everybody could wish her a happy birthday again because, you know, that would be fun for her. Oh, gee whiz, that's even live. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Grey Wolf, once you have that Kool-Aid, it's kind of permanent. It's permanent. You also have to wear the robe. You got to wear the robe, which is just invisible. That way, big acrylic, you can hide your identity from big acrylic. You just wear an invisible robe. Like all the things that Halligan was mentioning there, and Grumdy, Green Fairy, everybody that's used them can all attest. The oils are so much more vibrant. The darks are darker. The opaques are actually opaque. That was we talked about that a little bit earlier. Remember? Yeah, you check out. You don't leave. You never leave. Once you're gone with the oils, you ain't never going back. Well, you're really not going to want to. Boy, and we actually used some of the perylene black here on our plants. We used some of it up here on the hair. And that used to be a printer's ink for years and years and years. That was a printer's ink, and then it became a paint pigment. And once I kind of read that little bit of information about it, I said, "Oh, we have to try this paint." Yeah, like the radiant colors, how opaque those are. Those are incredibly opaque. They have the fairy dust in them, right, Green Fairy? So Valfair, thanks for picking up, was it a half a dozen version of the Cyocathies? That's what I'm calling them. Yeah, that would be the Cyocathy. Thanks so much, Valfair. Appreciate that. And everybody that picked up some of the Dark Sword ones, appreciate that. The shirts, right, that Adepticon did. Again, the last time I've had a chance to do any commission stuff was April. So all of that stuff really is a tremendous help. Green Fairy, oh, wait a minute. This doesn't have, this just doesn't have the oomph. Now, it's been a while since I've tried this. I don't think it has staining. It's also more expensive than the Perylene Black. This is actually, you can see how much we've used it. And this is one of the original tubes of Gamlin that I got. Look at this thing. It's got some dents in it, but it's barely been used. There was one video, maybe 2 videos you see it in. So perhaps, oh gosh, I don't know. Do I have to do another video of red for color theory and oils? I think we already have at least 2 color theory and oils red videos. Are we going to have just a whole bunch of chapters of color theory and oils red? Like 12 videos of color theory and oils red? I suppose so. Well, blades, boy, it shipping always seems to be very interesting for you. It's always an adventure. Sorry that it's always an adventure there. Wish it didn't have to be for you. Shipping can be an adventure for us here if it's post office. If it's pretty much anybody else like Oops or FedEx or Amazon, that tends to go well because if they deliver packages to the wrong address, there's some consequences. Hell, again, I think we're almost there already. I could be wrong, but I know there's at least two. There's at least two of them, so how many more color theory and reds are we going to have to do? So there again, that's that lighter phthalo green there on the skin tones here. And of course, we got the naphthol, and then, well, obviously you got the fanchon red. I still haven't determined if the naphthol maybe dries a little faster than the fanchon red. It's possible. I haven't really been able to directly test that. Now let me see if I can get some lighter greens out here. There we go, a little support from my hand, and away we go with some lighter greens on these feathers here. No problem, Grey Wolf. We certainly shall be here, of course. Let me see. You know what? I'm just going to let that work its way out to purple. Maybe not. Maybe we will do some of our phthalo green on the end of this feather right here. Let that kind of go from the phthalo into the violet. Back to our radiant green here. Grim, I was surprised. I think it was a few weeks ago I noticed that. A couple of people, they just said, well, the sales probably dropped when they had it at basically $70 for free shipping. So I want to say it's been at least 2 weeks or so with that $49 for the free shipping. So Halligan, I have, unfortunately, I don't have any other Wardrhun stuff. All I have are the mounted squires, and they also sent me the knights. So that's what, 100 kingdoms. I was gonna maybe, I don't know, look on eBay or one of the discount places and see if there's any Conquest stuff there. I mean, I could always ask them. You know, once we get these things painted, I could say, hey, could you send some more stuff, especially the Wardrhun stuff. And then what's the new stuff? That's no, that's 100 Kingdom. No, that's Old Dominion is the newest stuff, right? I could swear Old Dominion is the newest stuff. Let's see. So like Lethal Shadows says there, you can, if you're going to use the free shipping code, you're not using anything else. And there was actually, I know there was something in my cart that said, well, there's a coupon available for it. But that was not if you were using the free shipping one. So Crazy Wolf, they have done, they've done some sales. I think they also did sort of like a Memorial Day, maybe a Labor Day sale. Basically, I never buy anything on Dick Blick at regular price. I just kind of wait and say, oh, look, there's some sales, and just get it then. Yeah, that's oh, that's right, Velfair. Actually, Velfair, if you wanted to show that thing off, that was pretty darn amazing. The articulated skelly that you printed out there. And again, everybody, please also give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow. And I think it's PAX Unplugged in December, right? Lethal Shadows. That's your next live event convention there. Bingo. Can still lighten those up a smidge too. You know, I almost get over here to the radiant magenta. A little touch of Terra Rosa. Let's see what happens here when we use that on some of our skin tones. It's got a little bit of violet in it. It's got a little bit of Terra Rosa. I don't want it to just be all a bunch of greens. There we go. So, and December 2nd to the 4th in Philadelphia. So again, everybody give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow and also check out all their fabulous STL files. 20,000 STLs to choose from, or more. Probably more now. There we go. See, that's that same, more of a reddish color there, right next to green. Red next to green, right? No better way to get contrast than that. And I'm sure at some point we'll be doing a film noir. Actually, Valferity, if you have to get out to check out, we can also we can do a film noir for you. Yeah, that has to be an absolute daily, hourly chore. They're just getting all of all those entries and cataloged and everything. And there's always new ones being added. Ah, boy, Landress, sorry about that. That was, well, oh, you were going to get a snazzy brush, weren't you? I think that's what you wanted to get. Well, okay. All right, we will just do a couple little lights with this sort of a magenta there. Literally magenta right next to all that green. And this should be really interesting to see what happens. Oh, look at that. Kind of looks like there's almost no shading there. There isn't. Look at this. Looks very boring right now. So, yes, we have shading there, but not a whole bunch. What we have is color contrast. Watch what happens when the color comes back. Look at this. That's a whole different deal, right? That's a whole different deal. And that is all just a difference in color, not so much value. Well, thanks so much, Valfair. Appreciate that. Okay, and now, well, hopefully we see you, well, again, tomorrow. Again, it could be a later stream, though. That's very possible, just, again, since it's her birthday and stuff. But hopefully, maybe we get a chance to see it tomorrow, too. Yeah, Lethal Shadow, those keywords, that can take a long, long time. That can take a very long time, those keywords. So again, here's that magenta being added. All right, just to, again, try and get some nice differences here. We can go lighter than this. This is nowhere near the lightest we can do. I might even take some of the quinacridone. No, that's the purple matter. That's right. Well, hopefully you can get a chance to hit those, Halligan. Let me see. Can we lighten this up a little bit down here with some of our magenta-ish type stuff? I want it to be more of a purple, so we'll just fade some of that. Same over here. Just gonna do a little tap, tap, tap. Little blending brush action here. Make short work of that. Bingo. I think the last thing that we did that had a lot of feathers on it was, well, I know we did a couple of the battle chickens from Warcry, but remember the old creature caster figures with the thousands of eyeballs and teeth? Remember those? Let's do the same deal, just a little bit of tap, tap, tap with that blending brush. Let's get his bottom of his hand a little bit lighter there, so the shadow area is actually a phthalo green. Lighter area is sort of this magenta style color. Oh, so that actually is a sheet there. You know, I might just let that be darker. So we'll just change our mind on that. We're entitled to change our mind at random moments. These crazy wrappings here. Let me see what we can do with these guys. So again, this is the basing video on these. There's also the prepping of this, doing all the filling the mold lines and gaps and all that stuff. And then the basing video, that's going to be the last Patreon video of October. So that is all up, it's all loaded up on YouTube, ready to go for the 30th. That's when that'll be going up on the Patreon page. Okay, you know what, let me see if I can start to get a little bit of light back on these ropes here. This fur, let me see what happens when we try and make this a bit on the lighter side. Just gonna take my drop of thinner, poof, just right into the fast mat there. We'll just let that break down. It's been long enough, an hour 51 minutes, that that stuff kind of soaked into it and sort of broke down on its own. There, we'll make these a little lighter here. Do the same out here. I guess is that more fur? We'll say that it is. Like so. What's going on this side over here? More that way. We'll be coming back in with some more darks here as well. Yeah, Halligan, hopefully, who knows, maybe next year we start doing some vids, put those on Rumble where we don't have to worry about stuff. And we can start having some fun with that stuff again. Really miss doing that. Again, I'm going to try and catch me. Ah, yeah. Oh, look at that. See how much lighter that can be. Okay, look what my hand is on that brush. See, it's way the heck away from the metal ferrule. It's a good long distance away. We'll be doing some more dry brushy stuff here in on these things. It's not just about restoring some darks. It's also about changing the color a little bit. You can see we have some lighter stuff going on with the leathers, whatever they're supposed to be. We'll just let that mix with whatever else is on there. You can see all that dark stuff on the end of the brush. Oh, that sounds cool, Halligan. Yeah, just shoot me a link to that. So that is definitely, that's a platform that I'm going to have to start experimenting more, I think, with next year. Again, just unlike all the other platforms where you have to worry about getting wiped out. Now, let me see if I can do that. We got the... No, I'm not going to use... I'm so tempted to fool around with that. A little bit of that radiant magenta, but not just yet. There's our Egyptian violet, some of the radiant violet together. Lighten this up some more here. Bingo. I'll throw some of this out here. I see. Oh, maybe I guess there was a little bit of a mold line there somewhere. I think I might also take the quinacridone magenta, or we'll use the purple matter, and I might also try to in some of the shadow areas here of our violet, maybe try to warm some of that up a little bit. Could be interesting. Of course, we can certainly go a lot lighter than this on our purples here. And of course, we did find the Book of Wapol chapter that said, "All hail Egyptian violet, all other violets are just purple." Because, well, the folks that have used the Egyptian violet, they've just noticed a big difference. There is a difference between the Egyptian violet. There's a, well, that's why one costs just a wee bit more than the other one. Let me see if we can line up the edge of these feathers a smidge here. Like so. We definitely learned an awful lot when we were prepping these guys. Oh my gosh. The instructions, and this is one of the newest kits right here, and it was still adventurous. So Viral B, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Friday. Well, happy Saturday, because I know for a lot of folks it's either Saturday or it's darn close to it. It's getting pretty close for some folks. Now, let me grab, again, that is the purple matters. That's a little bit warmer than the Egyptian violet. We'll throw this into a couple of areas here. Hey, Bartleby, the fire away. I'm really tempted to do more of a pinline wash with that. I think that's what we might do, is more of a pinline wash with that. Okay, so that does warm this up just a smidge. And of course, we're only an hour 58 minutes in. We can certainly throw in a lot more texture in some places here. We have a nice little juxtaposition between all the phthalo green and the Egyptian violet. I'm waiting for that to set a little bit more so that we can do the eye. I still want to get some more orange in there. That will be we'll be breaking out the Indian red to do that. Well, Viral B, that must be me, because there's not a whole bunch of other ones. I know that we kind of researched, okay, just the name. We just took the Wapol name, and who else has got that name? And there was a couple of folks in Canada that had that name, but not James. So I'm the only one that I actually know about. So my guess is, especially when they're talking about, and they might be talking about oils or something like that as well. That must be talking about me. Probably talking about how insane I am. I wouldn't be surprised. Again, a little bit warmer batches of red, reddish violet there. See, it's got a little more red to it. No, Viral B, definitely not. I've played very little D&D in my life, and that was only a tiny bit when Kathy came down here and started. She kind of got some other people that I knew around here to start playing D&D. So that wouldn't be, they might be talking about painting D&D figures or something like that. But I don't remember doing any kind of second edition D&D stuff. And would have only maybe been in the capacity of possibly painting some miniatures or something. Yeah, we're going to bring in a couple of darks here too. We've been doing a lot with the lights. I think now it's maybe time to work in some darks again. Something that's just the Egyptian violet there. It's fairly well thin. It's not pin line wash thin. I mean, you really, really, really have to thin the stuff down to get to that pin line wash range. All right, where's my Indian yellow Fanchon, or sorry, keep wanting to call it Fanchon red. That is the not Fanchon red. Now we'll throw a little bit of dark here on the top of the eye. That better be thin down a smidge. There we go. So now that has a little bit of a shading to it. Now it's not all the same level of brightness. Here a little bit more of that red maybe on top there. Might throw a little more red out here as well, potentially. See what happens. If you don't like it, we change it. You can make those changes. So again, a little bit of the little splash of the red in there just to get one more little area of contrast. Might do some more on this side then, because that was kind of liked how that worked on the other side. I have to start doing something with the talons here, and I think we'll go see what happens with this right here. Okay, the plant got in the way a little bit there, no problem. And again, those are the 3D printed plants from Make It Epic Basing. Those have been really, really, really helpful. And there's some nice support options on them. You can print them individually, or you can sometimes do a whole sprue of them. And depending on what kind of resin that you're using, that can make your life a lot easier. Hey, Midwest Miniature Guy, how you doing? Everybody please give a follow to Midwest Miniature Guy. So Midwest Miniature Guy, well, happy Halloween in advance. And look what we're going to do. We're just going to chalk that right in there. We'll just use something else as a blending brush like this. A little tap, 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 and hashtag no layers right on those. I don't think I've done their flowers. I did the Goon Master Games. I think it's Goon Master Games, GMG. I actually printed out some of their flowers. They're on the bigger side, so we'll see how that all works out. So Midwest Miniature Guy, nice to see you again, of course. See, we'll have to come back in again with some of our darks here and really tighten up some of these shapes here on the this weapon. We also got to do some stuff here too. Little something there. Oh, what the heck? I'll throw some more Lights on this side. Poof, there we go. Lighten up this too. Never really did get the back of that lit up the way we wanted to. So yeah, I'm looking forward to printing up the new Make It Epic stuff, and well, I guess if I can get that printed up, then it'll be also available in time for the Army of the Dead Army Painting series. It's been kind of nice to actually have some build plates that only print in a couple of hours, as opposed to the somewhere between 3 and 6 hour print times that we typically deal with. Thanks, Midwest Miniature Guy. Yeah, the Dark Sword ones, those are all sold out. He might re-release the metal Kathy figure, not doing the little Jiro, but yeah, Reaper has the Sio Kathy miniatures, as I'm calling them. yeah, they're releasing the Sio Kathys, and that's we really appreciate them doing that. Thanks so much to Jason Weeby for doing the sculpting on that. He got that thing sculpted up in no time. Let me see, do we want to do a pin line on? Let me see what happens here. There we are. Now we've got enough for a pin line wash. There you go. Look at that. See? That's the Asphaltum right there. And thanks to everybody that got the Dark Sword figure. Thanks to everybody that also got the Adepticon t-shirt. Looky there. Looky there. So it also changes that color a bit. Actually put some color in there. Bingo. And every single color, as far as what turns it into a pin line wash, will be different. Some colors require more thinner, others less. And you just kind of have to, well, experience it and kind of find it out on your own. Experiment. So everybody, again, please give Midwest Miniature Guy a follow. So Midwest Miniature Guy, I hope that things have been going well for you the last couple of months. So still going with the Asphaltum, a little bit again of the pin line wash here in some places. Just because. Sneak that brush underneath there. And then I'll let that set, right? I'm not going to go back in there just yet. We'll want to let that set for a bit. See if we can get some. Remember, we were talking about we haven't gone to the lightest lights on the skin tone here of our Raptor. See if we can mess around with those now. So we've got our, so far, lightest skin tone. We'll get some of the fast matte white in there. And start making things a little lighter in just a couple areas here. Bring out some of the muscles there. Well, Midwest Miniature Guy, that's going to be a handful. Well, hopefully not too big a handful, but congratulations and all that. Thank you so much, Garrett. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's 5 months worth. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Well, I hope things have been going okay for you. Finally getting a chance to paint the Conquest miniatures. Yay. Wow. It all started with Adepticon. Seriously. It all started back at Adepticon. I mean, it didn't really matter with everything that was going on here, that they sent all of these, and then they just got lost somewhere in Tennessee at some random FedEx, whatever. Some FedEx hub, they got lost there, never got here. Then they sent some more. Finally had a chance to get those guys put together. And I've already done one video with the sort of a cleaning up assembly and basing. And one of these guys is also going to be a tutorial video, probably the first non-army painting, non-dark sword tutorial of November. So Grad, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Can I go a little lighter with the yes? Yep. Go a little lighter with those. We did put a little bit of the purple matter in down some of the crevices on these. See if we can't lighten this up too just a bit, and we'll probably be doing a little bit of brushstroke management in a few areas here and there. And that's well, let's see, we're at 2 hours 10 minutes. Usually in that 2.5 3 hour mark, that's where I kind of go back and just take a blending brush and go over some of the areas that maybe need just a little bit where you can see some of the brushstroke texture. And all we do is just kind of basically wipe some of that away. Again, working a little bit of the lighter skin tone there. Letting that mix with some of our phthalo green that's worked its way in there. Let's get that claw. Get down here. You know what? Let me go back to my phthalo green here. Down here on his, like, there's going to be an awful lot of foliage when it gets down to where the feet are, so I'm not going to go too crazy on that. That's, I mean, we have all of these printed plants already, right? Why would I? Don't really need to take that too much further. Let me see if I can't either lighten these up or maybe come back the other way. Maybe with pinline wash or perlene black might be just what we need on some of the foliage here. So it's hard to tell, and I'm not quite sure. It's sort of, obviously, it had to be a baby one, wouldn't it? Well, but of course, it's hard to tell with the Conquest figures because they're so darn big. I know they say 40 mil. To me, they're more like 45 millimeter figures or something like that. They are big, honking figures. Oh, Midbest Miniature Guy, I hope that's, kind of hope that's all you have to do. I mean, that's an investment, but those can be time investments, can't they? So yeah, they also have, was it the big what's the big it's sort of like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, kind of like a T-Rex, and there's somebody riding that. I forget what that one's called. Again, it's been a while. The last time I actually saw these things in person, that was at Adepticon, so it's a long time ago for me. So the much smaller Allosaurus. Well, hopefully much smaller. Because it's not quite as broad, wouldn't you say, Bartleby? Let me see if I can throw a couple little lights on the ropes here. We might do another pin line wash on those again. We have to get the eyes in there too. We haven't forgotten about that. Also, oh yeah, there's well, what looks like some claws or something there too. All right, let me just grab some of my dark here. That's some of the Van Dyke brown, even a little bit of perlene black. Why not? Let's reinforce some of this stuff here on the spear. Okay, yeah, there you go. Just doing some cleanup there. So thanks for the info there, Varlby. It's just with the giant scale of these things here, with the cost of materials and everything, unless, well, maybe when they designed all this stuff, I think the cost of materials maybe weren't what they are now. Because I seem to remember years ago at Gen Con and then at Adepticon, when they sort of introduced the Conquest stuff out there into the miniature painting ether. Now, I've never played it or even seen it played, so I have no idea. I know folks seem to like it. I don't really, well, unless they send a whole bunch more Conquest stuff, I don't really imagine we'll be able to try and play any of that on the channel here. Now, I definitely won't be able to get my Armada ships back this next week. That's just not going to happen given the treatment schedule. So hopefully maybe the week after that, then we can maybe start taking some pictures again. I am hoping to do some terrain stuff for Armada. I'm not sure what that might be. Maybe just some very simple things, some cliffs and shorelines, and some little islands with trees, and then maybe fool around with some fortifications. Couple of little darks here on the feet just to separate those toes a little. That hair, a little tricksy, a little bit tricksy right there. Now back to a little bit of the Egyptian violet. Let me see what we can do here with his eye. Bingo, there we go. Now, need to do the same thing over here. Paint is thin, but boy, it can't be too thin. A little bit of the Egyptian violet there, and there we go. All right. That's taken care of now. Let me see what happens when I just take a little bit of, say, the Egyptian violet here and then just add the fast matte white. I'm going to see if that cools that off. See, I think it leaves it a little bit warmer, a little more intense. So we're going to go with this here. Let's see what we can do with this. Yeah, it has a little bit more red to it than with the radiant violet as the lighter colors. So let's do this on some of our purple feathers there. Maybe make it a little lighter. Yeah. There we go. So that has a little more intensity to it than it did with the radiant violet. That's good. We'll throw some, but we can still go lighter than this too. We'll do that, but for now, I just want to see what happens with, that's the fast matte white with the Egyptian violet here. I still can't get over the massive size of this thing. That's like a 55mm base right there. When it makes Song of Ice and Fire miniatures look tiny by comparison, that's when you know that's a big honkin' miniature. And it's not like it's a 72 mil large scale thing or something like that. Not like a Loot Studios or whatever. This is not a 3D printed figure at plus size or anything. I might still go a little bit lighter with this. Maybe more of the fast matte white in the Egyptian violet. Of course, I think the one that I'm going to do on for the Patreon page vid, maybe that's where we experiment with some reds. You know, yet another color theory in oil reds. Okay. How many different types of reds can we mess around with? Well, we haven't really had a chance to play with the Naphthol red and some of its staining capabilities. Now, remember one of our party skinks here where we did the very bright red? There's some maybe reds and blues or whatever. I got 3 of these. But I think the red and blue, that might be a fun little color scheme to try out as well. Alright, let's turn a couple lights on those feathers there, and let's see what happens with these guys. Again, don't want to lose too much of the phthalo stuff in there. That is definitely an experiment that I'm curious, will the fast matte phthalo green, will that dry at the same rate that the fast matte white does? And one way I'll be able to tell is just what it does on the palette. Because the fast matte white just sitting on the palette, actually, it's not like it necessarily dries, but it definitely gets set very fast. Throwing a couple of more little highlights into our violet there. We're gonna have to maybe do a bit of a pin line wash, possibly, in there to get some of our deepest, darkest violet down into that. She might even try to get a little violet up here onto the skull. Let's see, I think we have, yeah, I'm just going to grab some of the fast matte, bring that down over here. Let's see, I might also take a little hint of the brilliant yellow pale. See what we can do light-wise on some of this. Again, look where my hand is on this brush. It's practically off the brush. Almost not even on the brush anymore. And now see with that little hint of the pin line wash, now that that is set, it looks like it's dry. It's not. I know that's the one thing with another thing with the oils that can be a little bit confusing for the newcomers, is this idea that you want to work with the oils around that whole idea that it's not quite dry, but it's set. That means you can actually get a little bit easier applications of more color. Whereas if it's just freshly applied and you keep trying to hammer some more paint on there, that's going to get a little bit dicey for you. That's the, let me see if I can get the light inner eye here. There we go, maybe a little more light on the face as well here. This eye, again, look, we have to have that brush as far away, or my hand as far away from that ferrule as possible. I think that actually needs a little more light there to contrast with the face. Actually, that's got some interesting, almost bluish grays in some parts of it, which is good. We don't want it to all just be the same. And everybody makes that same bone color, right? It's like an ivory color. Well, guess what? Bone, it tends to be lots of different colors, especially as it ages and weathers. Now, not so sure. Guess we'll try and come back and tighten up a couple things on the leather stuff here. Okay, where are we at? About 2.5 hours in. Yep, 2 hours, 25 minutes in. And of course, no greater display of that than our Ossiarchs, right? You can see all kinds of different colors. There's greens, reds, yellows, bluish grays, all kind of some reddish browns here. And we've done a bunch of series on the Ossiarchs on the Patreon page. We also have painted a bunch of them here on the channel. And like Arbor Wolf says, okay, maybe if it's out there in the desert or in a wasteland or something, okay, then it's sort of bleach bone. Otherwise, it's mostly going to be a darn near black. Because guess what? The moisture's going to get in there. Yeah, bone is really not that bright, happy stuff that, well, at least all the GW tutorials show. Yeah, not quite like that. Let's see if I can just throw a couple of lights in the skin tone in a few areas here. Now I might see at a certain point here if I can grab my, it was an artisan guild orc barbarian that I painted that had some really fun tattoos on it. I meant to grab that before the stream, but I might have to grab that during the stream. So not quite a straight up white here. It still has some color in it. Now we don't want to lose track again of that phthalo green that's in the feet here. Despite the fact that there's going to be a whole lot of foliage all along this. That's why we're not really screwing around with a whole lot of painting there. Going to be a lot of foliage in that area. So some of these areas, these are the ones that'll get a little bit of that, well, as we like to call it, a little bit of brushstroke maintenance. We just take, again, a brush that has no paint on it, nice soft brush. We just do a little bit of scumbling, and what does that do? That basically eliminates some of those really obvious brush strokes. Hey, Lady B, how you doing? I hope that you've had yourself a good Saturday there so far. It's still Friday here, at least for another 40-ish minutes. Then it turns to Saturday. Let's see if we can get a couple lights up there on the top of that little skull head crest thing. Just a few there. Obviously, that's probably meant to be some kind of obsidian right there on the end of the spear. I had thought about using the Aztec texture rollers on these, but then had to use the plants. Had to go ahead and use those plants. From Make It Epic Basing, printed out on the Sonic Mini 4K with the Soraya Smoky Black Fast, or Smoky Black Simple. Well, let me see if I can just get, there we go. I thought there was a little bit of a lighter edge missing on some parts of that. So again, these are the Wardrhun miniatures, Conquest miniatures, 40 some odd millimeter scale. Here are big honkin' miniatures. So again, not 3D printed and made bigger. No, this is the actual size of these figures. I'm pretty sure these bases are 55 millimeters because I think they're bigger than 50s. They're not quite the size of 60s since I do a lot of stuff with 60 millimeter base. So I don't have my. Well, here's one. This is actually a 60. So yeah, about maybe 55-ish. Yeah, I still remember what we were watching was at the Lord of the Rings, from the original trilogy there, and all of the things, the models that they made, they all called them bigatures. And ever since, anything that was like 72 mil or 100 mils or something like that, we just kind of called it a bigature. Or if it was a big piece of terrain. Now this is about as light as I can get here with my violet. And I think I'll still have to come back in with some of the Egyptian violet, do some cleanup on some edges here. Yeah, that's about as light as I think we can get. Down here too. Where we can. So I don't know, I'm almost tempted to try some different color grass tufts on these. I don't know. I think maybe we'll stick with a more traditional color. Well, we have plenty of color going on just with our raptor here, so I don't know if any of the other raptor riders maybe have some feathers on them too. I don't think they do. So I don't think we'll be able to get any plumage on them. We'll just have to do that via our riders here. So this is still not white, by the way. I mean, it's pretty darn light, but it's still not white. And now we'll catch some of that light here on our plumage, on the tail. And I'm waiting to do that for a little while. And try to have that difference between the phthalo green. Suppose if we wanted even more, super contrast, we could have the, instead of the Egyptian violet, could have been something like a quinacridone magenta. However, quinacridone magenta doesn't really have any staining property to it. Not like, well, not many things like the Egyptian violet. There's basically Indian yellow. And then there's some of the other Williamsburgs. You could say the indigo really has some potency when it comes to the staining. Now we'll get some of that light over here on the edges of these feathers here on the tail. So, good, there's my blending brush. I thought I had one sitting out here. Okay, there we are. That's starting to get a little more shape on these tail feathers here. Might throw a little bit lighter, a little green on some of the feathers there too. Let's see if we can do that. Brilliant yellow pale. Some of the, there's a little bit of phthalo green in there, but mostly the radiant green. So brilliant yellow pale, radiant green. We'll mix these together, and then we'll get some Lights on the end of these tail feathers here. Oh yeah, wow, significantly lighter, and I could still even go a little lighter than that too, if need be. So there we go. That sharpens those up nicely. Not too much thinner though. This gets too thin. Well, we're talking about those pin line wash things. And believe me, you can do pin line washes with very light opaque colors. We do it all the time on our object source lighting stuff. So yeah, that's just something to keep in mind. If you go have too much of the liquid in there, yeah, you're going to all of a sudden get yourself a pin line wash where you don't necessarily want one. All right, here I'm going to stick my hand on that one part of our little head crest just so that I can get some of these lighter greens on the ends of these feathers here. Okay, it means I might have to put the light colors on the end of that again, but no big deal. That's not that big of a problem. That'll just take a few seconds. That is the one thing with the oils. Sometimes you have to say, okay, I'm not maybe going to do the final painting on this part right here because I need to be able to reach another area, which means sticking my hand on there. So maybe that's the part that you do last. See, we just, again, blend that together. Now, thanks, Bartleby. Yeah, I'm looking forward to some of the other ones. Again, trying I think this red-blue scheme like our party skink right there. Of course, remember when we did all the macho riders? This is another thing I'm trying to print up some more of. I want to get some more of these printed out because, man, those were just so much fun. Enjoyed the heck out of those. Alright, back to my latest green. Here's some more of these feathers. Maybe even on some parts of his skin. I mean, we could put some kind of texture on the skin as well, like we're painting the fur on our horsey. Well, we've done that the last few days, right? Putting some fur texture on the horsies. Because, well, reasons. That lighter green here. Let me see. Maybe we could even extend out the feathers a little bit. Give the impression that they go a little bit further out here by painting what's not there. Something like that. Yeah. I think we've got our light green pretty well set there. I don't want it to get too warm. If we wanted even warmer, could have thrown, I'd say, some of the Indian yellow into the mix. Well, those are about as light of a green as I can do. Also have to think about potentially this shadow that the rider might be casting. It is a little bit difficult with the rider not having any kind of a saddle or anything that really keeps him on there. Let's carry some of our lighter green further down the plumage here, down the leg. There's some more. See that? And because we're working on the whole thing all at once, that gives us a chance to really kind of see where we might want to make some kind of adjustments. Thank you so much, Fuba. I appreciate that. Hello, little hobbits. Yeah. Where do these critters keep coming from? It's like I've never seen one of those in Middle Earth before. It's like, dude, we were here long before you. He's like, I'm a Maiar, man. It's like, dinosaur dude came before you. It's like, ugh. Rough crowd for Gandalf tonight. Thank you so much, Fuba. I appreciate that. So, poor Gandalf. Even the dinosaurs are giving Gandalf a hard time. think there was a little bit of a plot twist with Gandalf last night. Oh, that's right. Yeah, there was a little something happened when he was knocking on the door of Bag End. Yeah, a little bit of a plot twist there. I'm pretty sure Bitron saved it as a highlight, or saved it as a, what is that? Oh, a clip. That's right, he clipped it. All right, couple little bit of light green things there, and then maybe, see how they kind of work their way out here? A little bit like what we did with Prinkles the cat, Prinkles the Imperial War Kitty. He's like, I smell bird. I smell, that looks right tasty. Still haven't cleaned my litter box. I have 3 eyes, you know, I can see you. But here's the fur texture that we painted on him, right? That just basically wasn't there. That was another example of the, not so much with the values, right, lights and darks, but more the color changes providing that extra bit of contrast. I'm going to throw a little, few touches of phthalo right there. Some lighter green over here. Now, Landrast, those wings. Now, that would be funny, doing a conversion of one of these guys with those wings. That would probably, yeah, I'm trying to think, would that look really weird or would it look really interesting? One of these guys with those wings. Now with wings. Yeah, Halligan, Prinkles the Imperial War Kitty sees everything, thinks he knows everything. I mean, he's been worshipped as a god for quite some time. And he always knows how long it's been since his litter box was last cleaned up. And there'll be consequences if it's not. Oh, definitely be consequences. Well, that's why Prinkles, for the people that have the top spots in the bitses and cheers and stuff like that. That's, I believe, Prinkles is the top prize there, if I remember right. I mean, there's plenty of spaces, right, Landrast? You could just stick those right here. That'd be a good spot for him. I don't think it would take a whole bunch of sculpting to mesh those in either. So yeah, I guess we'll have to just see if maybe on eBay or something like that they have maybe some of these. Now we're just going to throw that out there. Blending brush time. We'll tap, tap, tap here, and that's it. And I think they're about the right size too, wouldn't you say? Which is funny because those were printed for the, it was Lost Kingdoms, wasn't it? The Lost Kingdoms Pegasus Riders. As we continue some more of our light down into there. Also here. That work its way down to that part of the skin. There you are. I think I might leave some of that because the shadow being cast by the character here. I don't know, let me see if I can't take some of my dark stuff here and do something with the eyes on the rider. I think that's supposed to be, yeah, okay. That makes a little more sense now. And I think I need to do the same over here. Midwest miniature guy. It's basically, when time's up, time is up. The enemy of completion is perfection. especially with all the 2D art stuff over the years. It's just when the time is up, that's it. And especially since I'm working on the entire thing all at once, I can really get a good sense of how does this compare to that. Do I need to maybe go a little bit harder on a highlight in some area? Do I need a little more contrast? And what contrast that might be? It could be an edge contrast, a value contrast, a color contrast. Hey Nixo, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Kathy was in the chat for a little bit. Her birthday is tomorrow. So the tomorrow stream could be most likely starting later. I don't know for sure, but it's very possible it could be starting a little bit later. Now that's kind of a yellowish green there. Let me double down on that here. That's not something we've really had on this before, so let's see if we can do that. For some lighter colors on the leathers here, and just make that a little bit different than the skin tone. Seems like it. So again, it's just at a certain point, you just kind of say, well, we're out of time. That's just going to have to be good enough. That's, well, when your beginning in your art career is in the advertising industry and illustration, where basically it says make it look like they spent 1,500 or 15,000, but they only have 6,000, and you don't get to do all the fancy stuff. You just make it good enough. You do what you can with the time allotted. Sorry that now, Nixel, have you had a chance to do any kind of a relaxation there at all? And again, we want to say thanks to everybody that has contributed to that. We had more folks last night also contributed that. We are very appreciative. That makes a huge difference, especially since it pretty basically wiped out all the commission stuff that I would normally do, as in completely annihilating it. Let me see. First I'll do the light thing, then we'll get our last little bit of dark over that here. Let's take some of the fast matte white with whatever else is on the brush. Do that. Maybe some here too. Then come back with some of our darks here. Yeah, Midwest Miniature guy. At a certain point, it's if there was an X amount of dollars for whatever, that's what's going to be the remuneration that comes back. Spending an inordinate amount of time on it, that's just well, time is money, of course. Sometimes you just have to go, well, I would love to be able to do this, that, or the other thing. And that is always part of the conversation with the Army Painting series. It always is. Well, we have somebody else that enters the conversation. That would be Moonlight Minis. Moonlight Minis, how the heck are you doing? Of course, everybody please give Moonlight Minis a follow. Moonlight Minis, a fabulous digital sculptor, painter. And of course, Moonlight Minis has lots of things that they can share with you. So Moonlight Minis, I know you've got the Etsy there, and of course, it's a My Mini factory, right, Moonlight Minis? Again, everybody please give Moonlight Minis a follow. And that Moonlight Minis will present you with some links to some of those aforementioned places where you can acquire some of the sculpts. Now this is mostly indigo here. Mostly indigo, trying to get some nice, real deep darks in here. So again, everybody please check out, of course, also Moonlight Minis on Instagram, where you can also see some really fantastic sculpts there. So Moonlight Minis, if you want to post, it is a My Mini Factory, right? Not a Cults 3D. I always get those mixed up. But yeah, if you want to post your My Mini Factory and your Etsy there in the chat, that would be fabulous. So we are using oil paints here on a fabulous Conquest miniature right there. Conquest miniatures, and well, these things are pretty darn big, let me tell you. I'm just going to get a little bit more of my there, just to make sure that doesn't go anywhere, because these are kind of heavy being so big. There we go. So it's all there on moonlightminis.com. Everybody please check that out. So here's a little hint of just how big these things are. So this is a standard 28 mil. We just painted this the other night on the channel here. Yeah, that's a wee bit bigger. That's a 40 mil base too. So that's what I'm convinced that these are on 55 millimeter bases here. Yeah, Nick, so he actually sent me some pictures of that, and we had a little bit of a discussion about it. Mostly as it pertains to the Golden Demon stuff. It's really amazing looking. I know he said he had spent at least 35 hours already on the freehand stuff that he had done there. And again, everybody please give Moonlight Minis a follow there. So Moonlight Minis, again, if you wanted to share any Instas or anything like that too. We've also painted some Moonlight Minis here on the channel. You can go back and check those out. I know I also painted some of those for the Patreon page. We might even have a YouTube video of one of those. And I know the Arthurian stuff, that was a pretty recent one. And I think there was another release too after the Arthurians. I apologize for losing track of things. It's very hard to keep track of stuff these days. Now, you know, that was another area where we were wanting to get a little bit of the lighter edge along these. And everybody, again, please check out Moonlight Minis Instagram. Some really fantastic sculpts there. So Moonlight Minis, hopefully ReaperCon went really well for you. And you were able to well, continue on with all the other projects. I know there's just so many of them. Let me see. I just use there. Here we go. Just to soften that up a little bit. I think you can see this here. Again, we're just going to go a little tap, tap, tap here. This is some brushstroke management. Like I said, about 3 hours in. And we're just about there. 2 hours and 53 minutes ago. This was nothing but primer. Again, these are from Conquest Miniatures. All of this has been done in less than 3 hours. Yeah, Moonlight Minis, again, I really hope that all that stuff has worked out fantastically. Not a word, but I'm going to say it is. M-Tellies is also not a word, but that's somebody that you can follow on Twitch and Instas. M-Tellies, nice to see you back. I hope that you're doing well and you got maybe some sleep. Yeah, M-Tellies finally got a chance to get these guys based and everything. And I think what we'll do is the next Chicken Rider, we'll paint it up like our party skink right here with the reds and the blue there. Yeah, Moonlight Minis, the well, plop and push. we have so many wondrous sounding things right here. We can just slap that color on there and tap, 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 and boom, that's done. Hashtag no layers. Seriously, hashtag no layers. Why don't we just... Oh, look, we have this. That's got something on it here. Let's just get a little bit of this phthalo green color here. Oh, look. Yeah, we really fret about the details there, don't we? How's about a little bit more of that light? Blam. Blending brush. Have at it. Let's see. Oh, that's right. The last minute stuff that prevented the hobby festival from happening there at Fortress Landrast. So Nixel, that is all about the oils. That's all about the oils. Instead of doing a whole bunch of layers, why do a bunch of layers when I can just slap a lighter color there, take another brush here, and like we said before, a little bit of tap, 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 and that's it. Why struggle with one layer after another, especially in areas that can be hard to reach? Like even this is sort of a hard to reach area here. That is actually much lighter than what we would normally put there. But with our blending brush, we can mesh that with what's already there. If we feel like we need to make it a little lighter, we can do that. That's going to be too light. That's about what we need right there. Actually, Moonlight Minis, now that it's been a little while, what is the next project that you were, next big project that you have planned? Whether that's all the way into next ReaperCon or something maybe at Adepticon that you might unveil? Now, of course, some figures like the Archvillain figures, the really amazing things that just practically make it so that they paint themselves almost. Here's another one of the party skinks again from Archvillain. And of course, where's our Motto Riders? Yeah, those just pretty much painted themselves. The bases, everything, all Archvillain, and that was just amazing stuff right there. Moonlight Minis, that sounds fantastic. I guess that means being really, really some pretty intense activity on the sculpting side of things for sure. Now here in some areas there's actually a bit less detail, right? Because you have big old mold lines going through it, or that was a big old gap, right? Because that was actually two halves right there. And that's why we did that tutorial video kind of showing how I fill up things like those gaps. More of a little bit more of that turquoise. It's a bit like what we did with this Loot Studios miniature right here. You can see that the same idea here, where that skin and then the green kind of meshes together just like that. That's for sure, Moonlight Minis. And again, here, see, this is now there's no actual sculpted detail right there. We're actually throwing a couple of fake feathers on here. And it kind of, and a little bit of a directional brushstroke on them as well. Now let me see. I'm going to try anyways to see if we can go even a little bit lighter here. Fast matte white and our Egyptian violet. Let's see what we can do here. Can we go even lighter? It's definitely lighter than the radiant violet. I think it's also got a little bit of warmth to it. Yeah. Okay, so we can go just a wee bit lighter on some of this. And again, that's just like here on our Saruman figure. None of that texture actually exists. That is texture that we painted onto the cloak and the robe. That was not there. Just like some of our horsies, right, with the fur texture. Here's another example right here. So all that fur texture, that is not actually on the horse. That was painted onto the horse. And it's another way of showing a little bit of depth. And if there are also directional brush strokes, it kind of, again, where the skin ends and the feathers begin, it's not quite so abrupt as it is right now. Thank you so much, Armor Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. And we just posted the latest army painting to the finishing up Series 33. That was the Golden Company Swordsman. Some more 3D printed bits there, and also the Green Stuff World Stoneworks basing material. A wee bit of freehand on those shields, and that was the discussion, right, with these things here. There's about maybe 12 and a half, 13 hours of video. There's 12 guys here and a movement tray. So all of those had to be painted in less than, well, basically about 13 hours tops. So Moonlight Minis, if you go to I guess the home page of my Twitch, you'll see there's going to be a box right there, and that box also contributes to that. It basically says contribute or donate to the channel, and it'll go directly to that fund there. And we appreciate that because, well, we have another treatment session that's coming up next week, so that's why we're trying to have her enjoy as much of her birthday as we can before that kicks in again. And that's basically the reason why we're with the Adepticon stuff, having no idea how that's going to play out, because we don't know if we'll still be doing this then, or let's say if it stops right before that, is there enough time to recover before then? Now up here we don't really have there's a couple, yeah, see, we need to get a little more detail right into there. There we go. Still though, I'm going to take a blending brush here. That's a little bit of brush stroke management. Some of those got a little bit rough, and that's no big deal. That's kind of to be expected. It's a little bit of a difficult thing to reach. So yeah, that's on the home page of the channel there, and that's where you can if you donate to that, it'll go right to that particular fund. And thanks to everybody that's contributed to that. We with some of the other contributions that were made and over the last few streams, I got some different shoes that might work a little bit better, because there's a lot of weird things that happen to you. There's any number of weird things, and we thought we had found out what most of those were going to be after the first round, but surprises keep popping up. We're hoping this round doesn't have the same nasty surprise that the last round did. Now, we're actually we did some of the phthalo feathers in there. How's about some really light Egyptian violet feathers painted in where there are actually no feathers? Mostly there's just, not really a gap, because we filled that gap. See if yeah, here too. Not going to do much on the underside of that. I don't think we really need to do a whole bunch there. Now, the one fortunate thing, you got a big figure like this, it does mean there's lots of other areas that you can work on, right? And then go swing back around when the paint has set, as we like to call it. Thank you so much, Moonlight Minis. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's going to help a ton. And again, everybody that also has gotten the shirts and the various Kathy miniatures. So again, Darkstar might re-release the metal one. Not going to do a little Jiro figure, but the Kathy, the Sayo Kathy Reaper miniatures, that is available now. And we appreciate everybody that's gotten some of those too. Kathy, even today, she could see people that were posting pictures of their Sio Kathy and their Darksword Kathys. Now, thanks, M. Chilies. Appreciate that. Yeah, I know that being on the phone, it can be kind of weird. Using Twitch on the phone, it can be a weird thing. Let me see if I can't throw a little bit more of an orange in there. Yeah, there we go. So, actually, so Moonlight Minis to go into the stores there. Oh, I'm just wondering how many you kind of estimate. Well, we have to do this many sculpts to expand the line to this far. I'm just visualizing needing lots and lots and lots of sculpts. And thank you so much for the bits. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. We toast that too. Thank you so much, Moonlight Minis. Thank you so much. Now here we've just been throwing a little bit of orange in there. Part of it is if a color goes somewhere here, must go everywhere, like over there, or vice versa. Oh, 60 in the line. Let's see. Were there about a dozen or 13 of them in the Neverland Pirates? I think there was about a dozen of them, right? Moonlight Minis. I think and I don't know. I guess does it feel nice to think, well, we can print these instead of having to maybe deal with Siocast and other things like that. I was kind of hoping that was also a possibility for you. Let's get a little. We got a lot of the orange there. I'm going to switch over here. Let me see if I can't make something almost a little bit more magenta. Well, more of a pinkish type thing here. Yeah, plenty of the orange in there. Don't want to just go too bonkers with all the orange. So there were a dozen. 6 pirates and the 6 kids. Oh, yeah, there's your Fort Wapple shirt. I still have to get us a couple of those. Well, I was also going to get some of my brothers and sisters some of those too. And thanks so much to Adepticon for doing those, and Tim did a fantastic. I mean, he came up with that design in seconds, it seemed like, and they jumped right on that, and that has also been a big help for us. So some Painter's Choice Series straight up resin miniatures. Oh, and then you will be able to do the Siocast. Well, they're definitely hardy, right? And I mean, just like that, right? So nice and hard, because that's a Siocast right there. So nice and hardy figures. But I think, well, just like the Song of Ice and Fire stuff, there's pluses, and there's a little things that are some minuses, and of course, oh yeah, if you have the standing sticks, that is another way to deal with that stuff. And do it with the Bones miniatures, do it with the Song of Ice and Fire stuff. That really helps. Those standing sticks, I don't know, about $7-8 for 20 sticks. Various grits, some of them a little bit more coarse than others. You know what? That's something we need. I also maybe want to come back in here with some darker reds. I don't know. Oh, thank you so much, M-Tellies. Appreciate that. What Darkstore did really, really helped a lot. And, of course, Reaper here, that's going to help. Because about all I can do is do the occasional stream, do the videos, and that's about it. That's all I can do. So that is really a force multiplier and helps so much. Okay, so tempted to do the little light on his eye. suppose we could try that here. We have still some of our fast mat white sitting over there. Now again, what remains of the fast mat line of paints from Gamlin, that is basically on clearance on Dick Blick. Here, I'll get that little bit of light right there. On as I want that to basically be where that dark pupil is. So that'll make that stand out like so. Yes, and again, thanks so much to Reaper. Thanks so much to Dark Sword. And Dark Sword has supported the Patreon page for years, pretty much since day one. So we really appreciate Dark Sword. It's also Dark Sword is the reason why we have all of the Song of Ice and Fire stuff. It's not because of Cool Mini. It's because of Dark Sword. So there's been a whole bunch of tutorials, all courtesy of Dark Sword. Hundreds of tutorials, literally. Because I think we're almost... it'll be interesting to see when we get to the 100th Dark Sword tutorial. We're getting there. I think we're close to 90 of those. Well, at Moonlight Minis, I can remember... Actually, I think it was the last ReaperCon that we got to go to. I think I was on painting Dark Sword, maybe episode 5 or something like that. Holy smokes. And actually, well, Moonlight Minis, are you so incredibly busy with the sculpting? Do you actually get to paint miniatures at all yourself? I wasn't sure if you even get to mess around with the painting much, because there's just so much to do with all the sculpting. Now this is almost a straight up white there, but again we have a dingy red. Oh, you know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done one of these film noirs. Now, okay, there's a little more shading than there was the last time we saw this, right? But still, even though there's shading there, you don't have that wild thing with the turquoise next to the purple, next to that warm, kind of almost pinkish color, right? That's that extra little bit of contrast there. That's the color contrast that we talk about. And you'll see it as it comes back with our color right there. Boom. There you are. No difference in the value with a lot of this stuff. What the difference is in the color temperature, and in some cases the color intensity. Yeah, Moonlight Minis, I think that's really a fantastic way to go. Just like every so often getting to paint in the 2D, right? And again, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to do another Spacescape. Wish I could have done another Spacescape this Thursday. Maybe this, probably not this coming Thursday either. Probably not. But we're gonna welcome our newest little hobbit here. Well, we have 2 little new hobbits here. Thank you so much, Pelican and Ayla. I'm gonna say hello, little hobbits. I spark my ganja. Speaking of ganja, all right, Baggins. I see you in there. Oh, yeah, right. Put on the ring. Pull your. Ugh, that is disgusting. You don't want to know where those smoke rings are coming from. That's so again, whether it's 2D art or whether it's 3D, so many of the same principles apply. That's. Thank you so much, Ayla and Pelagocan. Thank you so much. Now back to a little bit of that fast mat white here. I'm going to see if I can't, on the end of these claws here, maybe on the underside of these, throw a couple more lights there. Oh, yeah, that claw never really got much of anything on it. Neither did these. We'll also welcome in our it's the Jang. How you doing? Welcome back. It's been a little while. I hope that you've been doing well. Thank you so much, Goldfish. Hello, little hobbits. Ooh, hey, See that bridge over there? It's like, what bridge? He's like, just stand over there. She's like, you're kind of like on fire. He says, no, that's not me. That's the Balrog. Wait, Balrog? What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. He's not on the other side of the bridge. Thank you so much, Pachi Power. Appreciate that. I hope that you're doing good. So, Goldfish and 86 Carat, nice to see you too. Hey, Brinkerhoff, nice to see you. Nice to see you. And if everybody could please give Ish the Zhang a follow as well. Alright, Kate Carler, and wait, what was the before that? There we go. So thank you so much for the follows. We are painting with traditional oils here. This is a Conquest miniature, practically 50 millimeter scale. I'm just going to pull out a couple of our oils here so that you can see. There we go. So traditional artist oils, pretty much split 33% between these three brands. Gamlin and Winsor Newton are very similar in price and quality, good solid stuff. This will set you back more, especially Egyptian Violet, which we're using a lot of on this miniature, by the way. But when they say handmade, they really are serious. There's really no fillers in these, and the grinds are really good on this. It will cost more, but ultimately, in some ways, it evens out because you just don't need so much of the paint because it is so finely ground and it's so vibrant. So you can see we got that Egyptian violets in here. We've got some phthalo green over here. Thank you so much, 86 Carrera. Here's okay. I'm really getting sick. I'm the king of horses here. Why am I tiny compared to everything else? It's like, dude, just blame GW. It's like, that's right, blame GW. I mean, look at the size of these things here. Holy smokes. I mean, literally the rider is bigger than Gandalf and Shadowfax combined. That is hilarious. Hey, young timer, how you doing? So actually, hey, it's the Zhang. Do you have any Instagram posts of some of the brickwork there? Which I've been wanting to call it that for quite a while. Thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. And of course, Aridican Games also does some brickwork. See what I did there? Thank you so much. Yeah, Moonlight Minis. Now, of course, they might, they might have a little bit of buyer's remorse on that because, I mean, materials were kind of starting to get expensive then, and then they kind of, got way more expensive. So having giant miniatures, not maybe the best things to do. Thank you so much. So Moonlight, would you say that yours are in that 30 mil scale-ish, 28, 30 mil? I swear these things are just, when they make Song of Ice and Fire miniatures look tiny, and Song of Ice and Fire is at least 32, 35 mil. When they make those look small, that's when you know. It's the Zhang. Why don't you, if you could post a link to your YouTube channel there so people could check out your YouTube channel as well. That would be fabulous. Let's I knew I needed to get a little more light on his fingers here. Let me see if I might want to also come back with a little bit more of the phthalo green, possibly here. Some of this. So right between the two. Now, thanks again, Eric. Appreciate that. And again, if you want to check out some bricklaying, that's never going to get old. That's never going to get old. At least not for me. And there you go. YouTube, Jang City. Check that out. I think here on the ends of our feathers, yeah, we'll get a little bit lighter there. Thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. Here, we'll toast that also. Thank you so much. Yeah, now, and it's interesting. Artisan Guild is very different now, isn't it? Wouldn't you say there, Moonlight Minis? It used to be, that was one of the more, I always kind of called it the more stylized miniatures. Archvillage, still pretty much the most realistic of all of the ones that we do. Titan Forge can kind of bounce back and forth. Sometimes a little bit of stylized, sometimes a bit more realistic. And then, of course, then you got all my Lord of the Rings stuff. Thank you so much, It's the Jang. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you. That is much appreciated. Now, we did have our earlier hype train. I think we got up to level 2, didn't we? Yeah, we did. We got up to level 2. Looks like we're at 80%, 81% of a level 1. So thank you so much, It's the Jang, for those. And looks like some bits have been applied by Arid, which means it's like, oh, this, he's going to get run over by a train again. Look out. The train's coming down the tracks. He's like, oh, forget this stuff. I'm out. Here it comes. Look out. There's the hype train. Hype train. Choo-choo. Choo-choo. There you go. Hype train. This also never gets old either. Playing with the train. There you go. Boom. So originally, I got these things to use as terrain for my games of bolt action. While it's not quite to 1/50th scale, it's close enough. It was close enough for a train yard. You can get the engine, the coal tender, 2 cars, and a bunch of tracks for, I think you can still get them for around 20-something dollars on Amazon. And you just put some batteries in here so there's no electric things to hook up or anything like that. And I got them basically to make some train yards. You know, you want to do some Red October or something like that. Red October Factory, a little bit of Stalingrad, Leningrad, whatever. That's what I got those for. And thank you so much, Carrera. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Carrera. And Arid, thank you so much. Oh, Holt Mini Pink, that's a sub. Looky there. I'm going to have to do another Hype Train cookie, though, because somehow I lost a part of our Hype Train cookie. I have no idea what the heck happened to it, but it got kind of wiped out there. So thank you so much. Appreciate Grand Oracle. Oh, look at that. Captain Mizzy getting a sub there. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. I don't mind sipping that. You know, we do actually have a mini fridge. Well, it's a mini fridge. Thank you so much, Halligan. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's do some more of our lights right here on the ends of these feathers. And that all that phthalo green that was added, that was pretty much straight away, right after we did our pre-glaze. Darker colors, wipe them away with the makeup sponge. Taken our, and you can still see some of the violet there on our filbert brush, right? I mean, this is it so far, pretty much just these 3 brushes. That's it. Thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. And oh, and Moonlight Minis, thank you as well. Hey, Captain Mizzy, how you doing? So, Captain Mizzy, hopefully that drive was not too arduous. I mean, yeah, long drives like that are really no fun at all. Hopefully that wasn't too difficult. Yeah, there's a Megan in the house. Thank you so much, Megan. Oh, actually, well, speaking of the cookie, speaking of that cookie, I guess we're going to see that. We'll see that cookie. Here it is. Uh-oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? It's a hype train. Hype train. Look at that. Doop, 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 doop. Hype train. We actually did this on a cookie decorating stream. Not last Christmas, but the Christmas before that. So yeah, check that out. We did a cookie decorating stream. We also did an ornament decorating ornament painting streams last Christmas. So just go to the highlights on the channel here. You can see them all. Obviously around Christmas, Christmas Eve, and 2020 and 2021. We also did a New Year's Christmas ornament decorating stream. So thank you so much, Arid and Megan. How you doing? So yeah, thank you so much for that hype train. Looks like we got ourselves Armored Wolf is gonna make that happen. All the way to a level 3 hype train. So that means we get a double here. Now it's gonna be a double hype train. There it is. Along comes our 2 trains. There it is. There you go. 2 trains. Hype train. Level 3. Thank you so much. It says something. Oh, it says about to beat your last record. No problem, Megan. Actually, Megan, if you wanted to post your link tree there in the chat, that would be fabulous. So again, thank you, Armored Wolf, the bestest moderator on Twitch. If everybody could please give Armored Wolf a look-see on Instagram, also on Etsy. So thank you so much, Moonlight Minis. And looks like Laminus has also done a bit of a gift sub thing. Well, it says record shattered. It says record shattered. So we'll do this. We'll say thank you so much, Laminus, and everybody else too.
So say we all.
There we go. And we'll get our train out one more time because it's a choo-choo here. There's the choo-choo. It is shattered. He's like, oh, come on, really? Seriously? Get out of my way. There it is. There's that hype train moving down the tracks. There it is, hype train, hype train. Now, where is the... Oh, here it is.
So say we all.
So there's the coal tender that goes with this. And again, you get... Well, there's 2 freight cars. There's also one that has a couple of passenger cars, too.
So say we
And
all.
it should be around $20 on Amazon. There's maybe about 20 pieces of track-ish, something like that. So, wow, geez, level 6. Geez, Armored Wolf, maybe that's what they mean. Because, what was it, 500 and something % of a level 5 that we did? And thank you so much for the subs. Appreciate that. So, Lumines, thank you so much. I know it's awful late for you there. So, well, we definitely never had a level 6 before, right? No, we haven't had a level 6 before. So thanks so much for making that happen. Ooh, you know what we need? Oh, yeah. We need to get some light right here. So at some point we'll get to hear Arid's bits sound there. So Lamines, thank you so much. That will make quite the difference. All those gift subs, thank you so much. That's it. Wait, Armored Wolf,
Say we all.
just 1,000 bits there from Armored Wolf. So it goes to infinite levels now. So yeah, what was it? 516% of a level 5. So I guess that would have been about a level 10. We're at 51. What, 51% of a level 6 it looks like here? As we add a couple of more lights to our feathers there. Now, look at this. There's things we're going to have to clean up there. Thank you so much, Arid. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Thank you so much. That's why Armored Wolf has has Prinkles. That's for what, 50,000 bits or something like that, cheered. So thank you so much for all the bitses. Thank you so much for all those subs and gift subs, of course. Wow. Level 6. Thank you so much. I saw them thinking, when the heck did they start doing level 6s? When they do anything past level 5? Oh, thank you so much. It's the Jang. And thanks so much, everybody, for all the contributions. That's fantastic. Scaring the heck out of our chicken rider because he's kind of chicken. Thank you so much, Moonlight Minis. Appreciate that. He's like, wait, I'm going to dip my tail into that. Better be careful. Don't want that tail going in there. We're back to our Egyptian violet here. And we're just going to try and hit a couple of these. Like, see, there's an edge right here we need to get. Looks like Armored Wolf going with some more bits there. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. Now, see, up here, again, mold lines, you know, not 3D printed, so we have to deal with those things, which means here we're kind of almost redrawing some of the texture there. So thank you so much. Arid also pledging a little bit of fealty to Mordor, of course, because, you know, why not? Why not? Was also a minute left there. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. Ooh, let's get a little bit of dark here. I think we'll darken that down just a smidge more. So level 7. I'm just assuming that the old record of the what 516% of a level 5 or something, that would be a level
So say we
10.
all.
Oh, thanks to Moonlight Minis, and it's the Zhang. More bitses, more subs. Thank you so much. Oh, Pachi also going to get
So
a
say
gift
we
sub out of
all.
that. Do I see an Asmo sighting? I think I see an Asmo sighting. And Halligan also with some bits. Thank you so much. It looks like we got ourselves a level 7 now,
So say we all.
which means we need to go, well, not just hype train here, but again, it's the cavalry channel after all. So we'll just, here, we'll have Boromir come along. Thank you so much. There you go. It's the Iron Horse. This is the cavalry channel after all. You know that. This is the cavalry channel. Why can't we just take one of those to Mordor? Yeah, taking the 5:30 train to Mordor or something like that. Thank you so much for the bitses and subs. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. So there's another choo-choo. So, well, we got to level 7, right? That I'm counting that as a level 7. I think it was. So, Asmo, how you doing? Actually, I've got to pick up let's see, an SSD drive for Kathy, and then, well, she's going to have to get that put into the machine. So you may get a little bit of a question there where she says, okay, I got me that SSD drive. How do I put this in here without messing things up? So we got to a level 7. Thank you so much. That's the lucky 7. We will toast everybody. Thanks for all the bitses and subs and cheers that went into that. Boom, there we go. Thank you so much, Laminess. You have a good night. I'll shoot you a message. Well, right now, in some cases, I'm actually kind of hoping that no news is good news on one front, and I'll shoot you a little message there, and kind of see if you think it's the same thing. Hey, Real Brush Guy, how you doing? Nice to see you back. So yeah, Asmo, the machine kind of has a little bit of a diagram of the internal stuff there to make it a little bit easier. But I think it also too, there's a little bit of thing where you want to open it up a certain way, maybe take the battery out before you're doing some of that stuff. So that might be helpful. So yep, Real Brush Guy. Well, it's actually not technically, it is her birthday right now because it's 12:23 here in the Central Time Zone. So thanks again, Lamines. Appreciate that. You have yourself a good one. So Asmo, hopefully things have kind of calmed down a little bit. I know you said that it's sort of, kind of getting a little bit more manageable there, a little less stressful. And we're going to add a little bit of some of that, a little bit of that purple there, that darker purple. So Real Brush Cat, I hope that you're doing well. And Arid, if you want to post your links in there too, same thing again, Megan. I wasn't sure if your links got posted. Actually, Moonlight Minis, if you wanted to post yours again, we have some more folks in the chat. Everybody, please give Moonlight Minis a follow. Also, the Pyro Club. Pyro Club did the inordinate amount of kobolds again tonight, which is one of Kathy's favorite things. She actually got a chance to see that tonight. Thank goodness. Geez, Asmo, sorry that just keeps, you can't find any sort of a restful spot. Something's always running hot somewhere. And no way to just kind of like, okay, I can just kind of chill here. Don't have to worry about this thing. Let me look at the other side here. You know what? Time for some phthalo. And I mean just straight up phthalo green here. So everybody, please check out the Instagram link there from Moonlight Minis. And then, of course, also give Moonlight Minis a follow because Moonlight Minis does the Twitch as well. Now, this is just straight up phthalo green. We're thinning this down here. I'm not sure if I want to do a pin line wash on this, but we're going to at least thin it down. Phthalo green. It's one of those intense colors, but it's also really translucent, which is why in some ways it's almost like a dry glaze here because it is so darn translucent. Well, thank you so much, Halligan. I appreciate that. And of course, as always, I know you have a whole bunch of chainsaws to juggle there all at the same time, too. So here's hoping that you keep all the hands because you're going to need those hands to keep painting all the winter Germans and, well, maybe some more savage giants, too. Holy smokes, wow. A scale increase went from a 3-inch base. Hey, Orcrist, how you doing, Orcrist Studio? Everybody also please give Orcrist Studio that follow as we add... Oh, there we go. There's our, like, actual super dark phthalo green working its way in here. Just a couple of places, a couple of key spots. So see you later there, Halligan. Thanks again. Really appreciate it. So, wow, Moonlight Minis, that's... that is... Wow, that is gargantuan. But I get looking forward to seeing the Siocast versions of those. Obviously, we'll have to get some, and we'll have to paint them up on the channel here and show people how nifty they are. Again, this is the phthalo green, and there's a couple areas right over here on the tail that could really use some of that. And you can see how translucent that phthalo green is. Dark as it might be, that is the thing, the difference between the oils and the acrylics. Your lighter colors are very opaque, and they're going to cover really, really well. Your darker colors, guess what? For the most part, going to be more translucent. Now look where we're holding this brush. Way at the end, there you go. Look at that. See, and this is also, again, kind of translucent here. Semi-translucent here. Let's get some of that darker green. We'll let that do some mixing here. All of this is wet into wet oils. There we go. Let's that's better. So we're definitely gonna have to get some more of these Wardrhun here. I forget what the heck the name of the big guy is. What is the name of the big honking beast? And he's gonna be giant because, well, I swear this is 45mm scale. If it's not, it's gotta be pretty darn close to it. More of our light dark greens here. Yeah, I can really see that start to have an impact here. Yeah, and maybe in the shadow of that. Now we have a phthalo green right next to a reddish orange. It's crazy to see these next to Song of Ice and Fire miniatures, and they tower over Song of Ice and Fire miniatures. And of course, our Lord of the Rings stuff, it absolutely just towers over those. It's twice the size of them, practically. Now, I also have, was it 100 Kingdoms? So we have mounted squires and then the knights. I haven't assembled the knights yet, but even the mounted squires, they're no spring chickens. Wait a minute, I'm a spring chicken. Actually, Orcrist, what's the name of the newest faction? Is that called Old Dominion? That's the... Well, unless it's maybe not the newest faction. Unless Wardrhun are the newest one. Or maybe they both came out at the same time. More of that... Ah, this is the other side. Okay, I knew there was a little bit of that missing over here. That's more like it. There we go. Now, what I might try to do here is also... so they came out just before Old Dominion. I thought so. There. Now, let me see if I can find the miniature here that has the tattoo stuff on it. Not quite sure if I'll be able to reach it from here, but maybe we can. Where is she at? Nope, is that her over there? Nope, that's not it. Or is it? It might be. Nope, that's not the figure I'm looking for. Oh well, I thought I could find it. Ooh, let's see. Where did that sword go off to here? So I was trying to find one that had my tattoo design on it, but we'll just have to come up with something, maybe something more like what we did here on this. So I think that is probably the design that we might just stick with here. See if I can get that to a place where I can see it. The Apex Predator, that's his name. Now I'm going to switch over here to some of the Perline Black. That's a little more opaque. And we're just going to start messing around here with some tattoos on this. And we're just going to try to build this up, see what happens. If we don't like it, we can always just get rid of it, of course. Again, there's our Perline Black once more here. Let me, that needs a little bit of a hook on it right here. There you are. And thanks again, everybody, for a level 7 hype train. Appreciate that. That was pretty wild to see that play out. It does kind of make sense that they would do that, especially since we would have things like 500% of a level 5. Why not have it go higher numerically? Again, I'm just comparing that to this here. Let's do another little bit of our tattoo design right along here. You know what, that needs to have a little bit more of a dip to it there. I was hoping to do something a little bit more angular, but again, didn't have that, couldn't find that figure. And we're just going to build this the same way we built the tattoos on the other guy. Just kind of feel it here. Let me, maybe we'll finish that off here and then. Look at what we've got there. Okay, maybe that's gonna... Do we want to split this off here? I think we'll do something like that shape. Yeah, well, they've been experimenting. I think it's a more recent thing. What we would used to get, it would say, 500% of a level 5, something like that. But now it just keeps going, and we appreciate everybody for helping that to keep on going. All right, let me see if I can get a piece right here. Then we'll have to come back from the other side of things and again refine some of this too. What have we here? Okay, let's darken some of that down. Gonna also here put another little hook on the end of that. Like so, and maybe even less of a... Yeah, let's do something like this. But I can come back with some of my lighter colors in there too if I either want to change the pattern or add something to it. Now here at a certain point also too, the feathers might also dictate how this is going to go, because it might just get in my way. And I'll have to say, okay, well, I can't really do that part of the pattern that I was thinking of doing. So, Orcris, when's the last time you've had a chance to do some streaming there? Sorry that it's been a while. Okay, I'm going to try and get there we go. Some kind of interior shape here. Something like that. So hopefully you can see this pattern start to emerge here. Hey Gandalf, hey Gandalf, how you doing? Nice to see you. And of course, well, we know that Gandalf is not very excited about those Armada ships. They're a little bit too small to be sailing to the Undying Lands. Speaking of freehand, here, let's grab one of these. So again, the same sort of a thing, right? And these were the Northern Alliance ships. We still have a few more of these that we can do. This is, I think that, yeah, this is the biggest one right here. But we painted a whole bunch of those ships on the channel. So Gandalf doing well, and of course, well, we'll welcome Gandalf with the Gandalf. He's like, seriously, you think that's big? Look at this. No arms, man. You fight a Balrog, they give you a glow stick and a kitchen utensil. Would I like to have a chicken to ride on? It's like, dude, not a chicken? It's like, yeah, well, when you die and you're a Maiar, which stinks because you're a Maiar, and all they give you is a white robe and a new stick, thank you very much, Iluvatar, for nothing. It's a very angry Gandalf right there. But Gandalf just gets more and more upset, it seems, these days. He's very, very upset about what happened in the mines of Moria. I want to add me some more to my tattoos over here. Like so. Get kind of as angular as possible here. Because, well, we're trying to do the whole orc thing, right? Maybe that even connects to this in some way, shape, or form. There's something like so. Hey, Recoil, welcome back. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. It gets greener and greener. And Gandalf, when you get to be that old as a Maiar and you've had that much pipe weed in you, you just get grumpier and grumpier, don't you? So thank you so much, Recoil. Well, here's the promised Conquest chicken riders there. Not a chicken. Yeah, Gandalf the Great. So that's not a very nice thing to do to a pizza. I don't think that's Hobbit approved either. I don't know. I don't think so. Well, let's add a little bit more of our dark green up there, and then I think what's gonna happen here? Maybe we'll also, yeah, this. You know, I'm gonna close that off. Close it up. Leave part of that open though. Maybe fade a little bit of that edge right there. Thank you so much, Istajang. Appreciate that. And everybody, please give Istajang a follow to see some fine brickwork there. It's not just in the mines of Moria. You'll see some brickwork and also see that Istajang. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. See you later there, Gandalf. Have a good breakfast. That sounds very good. You know what I'm going to do here? Let me do this here. Some of that deeper green. And we're going to change around a little bit of this pattern right here, I think. This is the great thing about the oils. and freehand. So easy to make these quickie adjustments right here. Nice, easy adjustments to make. That also let maybe some of the lighter green work its way up in there. And then here we'll start to fill this in this part of the tattoo design. There we go. That makes it a little bit more like the Maori tattoos. And you can see this one right here. This is actually on the YouTube channel as well. I kind of shortened that down to basically just the tattoo portion of it. Now that needs to, see, that's too straight of a line in there. We need to alter that. That's too much paint on there. Too much paint. Take some of it away. There we are. And change this around to a little bit. Now come back to my darker green now that we've changed that pattern up a little bit here. Now, so Lethal Shadows, if you wanted to share your link there to the fabulous library of STLs and all things 3D printing. Now that we've got some more folks in here too. Okay, that's just a Perlene black. You can see we've got our hands far away from the ferrule of that brush. There's pretty much no other way we'd be able to get paint on her anyways. Now there we go. Again, everybody please check out the link from Lethal Shadows Gaming there. Okay, that takes care of that, and maybe also we'll modify this right here. Somehow, that all that does is just kind of follow the highlight edge. So we're going to do something like this maybe. Something like that. Oh, the paint handle too, that's right. And also, of course, Lethal Shadows has a very high quality control, so if there is even the tiniest of misprint or anything like that, well, those get rejected. However, you can still get your hands on those. And that's the imperfect bits sale, I believe, where you can get X amount of those at a discounted level. Now, let me see if I can come back here. Where's my Terra Rosa here for some of the... There we go. Get some of that into our skin tone again. We have plenty of green there. How's about some Terra Rosa over here? There we go. I think, yeah, we were able to get some of that on the headdress too. Now I was thinking about doing some tattoo type stuff here on the shoulder, but maybe not. We'll see. I think there is a decent enough spot for it right there. Let me also too get some of this Terra Rosa into the face. Hey, Punchy. Yeah, Punchy, there was quite the hype train. Well, multiple hype trains all the way up to a level 7. And I do believe there was a gift sub doled out there to you during all of that cacophony and chaos. So thanks so much, everybody that made that happen. Really appreciate that. This is the one crazy thing, is that there actually is a mold line that runs right down the center of the face on these things. Which, that was not something I was expecting. A little bit of the lighter green, but then again we have that Terra Rosa in the shadows there. So it's a 1 pound of imperfect bits. And they're so darn close to perfect that most people would just say, oh, well, I'm just going to paint that as is. And maybe there's just a little bit of green stuff work or something to do, and boom, good to go. Uh, there, okay, I think now we've got some of that pattern set up. The thing is, see, if I do the tattoo up here, then you will see a little bit less of all of the color changes down here. See where you've got that Terra Rosa going. So that's one of those decisions that you gotta make. And also, yeah, basing bits. So if you want to have, well, a casualty or something like that, or part of a diorama, that's a more inexpensive way of having some pretty darn well printed minis as part of your diorama. Did I carry this out far? Not quite as far as the other side. So we'll do that again here. Actually, it's a lot of the same color that went into the skin over there on the Wardrhun Rider. I can only imagine some of the kit bashing possibilities. I'm pretty sure these guys are, yeah, they're Raptor Riders. That's what they're called. Alright, I'm going to come back into this with the, again, the Terra Rosa over here. Yeah, so the overall greenish colors in the skin, but now in some of the shadow areas, pretty much the reverse of what we typically do with human skin, where we try to get a lot of green in the shadows and grayish greens. Here, we're kind of going opposite. We're getting some of the more Terra Rosa colors in the shadow areas. And this is just a mid-tone, that's all it is. So they're now really starting to see, I think, that difference there. The green, some of our browns. What about these knives? I'm pretty sure that's what those are meant to be. Some kind of knives there. I suppose. Maybe grab this lighter orange up here. This is something we brought out a while ago. Let me see if I can get this right here on this shoulder. Okay, yeah, that just needed to, I think, stand out a little bit more. From all the skin tones there. Now we'll go back to that Terra Rosa here in the shadows. Oh, geez, Grim. Glad that you're still here. Everybody, please, hey, Grim, if you want to post your YouTube channel link there on the way out so that people can give you a follow. And again, check out some of those YouTube videos that kind of help out the folks getting started on their oil painting journey. And everybody, please give Grim Nation Hobbies a follow. Maybe this arm is where we try and do a little bit of the tattoo stuff. All right, let's see if that works. If it doesn't, it's not a big deal. You can just fix that up in no time. So Pachi, it was called the American Academy of Art, and back when I was there, well, it was also on State Street, but when I was there, it was right across the street from the Art Institute. And that's, well, that's where we learned all of our art stuff. Did the oil painting there. In fact, one of these is actually from Academy days. Way back when, in the days of 2D art all the time here. Where is that? Yep, there it is. That's actually from Academy days right there. So that is circa a while ago. And here's some of the other 2D art. Those are watercolor on hot press watercolor board. Here's another pastel for you. Actually, that's acrylic. You might recognize that. We did an oil paint version of that. Now, that's a painting I did back when I was 13 with the oils. Wish I knew then what I know now with the oils. Back to some watercolors here on a hot press watercolor board. So that's back in the days of the 2D art, which of course we're doing it again. And actually, what we have, where's our spacescape here? You recognize this? We did this one about, I don't know, a month ago-ish or so. So yeah, that painted that same scene, but this time painted it in oils on the Twitch channel here. Grim, and it's kind of funny, Grim, because the place that I worked at downtown was located on the site of the original Fort Dearborn and also DuSable's cabin. So quite literally, I went to school and worked at places that were where the original Chicago started. Yeah, Hachi, American Academy of Arts. And I think, well, now they've moved. Well, actually, they're in the same building as the Utrecht Art Store. Well, I don't know if the Utrecht Art Store is still there, but they're in that building now, which is still weird to think of. So yeah, there was lots of the Celtic artwork there. You can see that on the blog as well. Now here, what I'm going to do is actually do a smidge of this right here and say, oh wait, what gap? There's no gap there. We'll just fill that in with a little bit of a tattoo design here, because why not? And yeah, I definitely want to, I want to do some more spacescapes, of course, but I also really want to do some seascapes. It's been a long time since I did one of those. Alright, again, we're just going to, here, let's see if we can get this little bit of a design right here on the arm. Keeping that pretty simple. Something like that. Man, we've done a fair amount of 2D art now on the channel here. I think we've done about 20 pieces of 2D art on the channel by now. Where's my really dark? That's the indigo and some of our black. There we go. We just need to really darken some of this down. Before we come back with some lights too, we haven't really messed with all this stuff all that much. Yeah, so of course we were there when the river sprang a leak. We were there when the Michigan Avenue Bridge had its crazy incident. And by being there, we're like right there on Michigan Avenue, right there at that corner, right at the river, 333 North Michigan. And I think that was, what, 1992 when the river sprang a leak. And that wiped out power to most of downtown, and all of a sudden about 250,000 office workers had nowhere to go. And it took them well over a week to try and actually restore all that power. Thank you so much, Recoil. Back in the day, I actually painted several. I actually have paintings of Jakar, or paintings of Peter Jurasik there, so Londo and Mira Furlan, that they actually signed. Obviously, not really much chance of that happening ever again, so I guess I'm glad I did that when I did. But yeah, painted a bunch of Babylon 5 stuff back in the day. Painted, oh yeah, that was Minbari in black. That was Jolene and her somewhat faithful assistant there, dressed all in black, kind of in ranger gear. So yeah, that was when they were doing they were working on a bridge. They were putting in some pilings, which ironically are supposed to keep boats from smashing into the bridge. But they drove that through one of the old 1800s era rail tunnels. And the next thing you know, in all these different sub-basements all across downtown, the river leaked in there and knocked out power all over the place, including our building, which made that very interesting because it was a computer graphics studio. So yeah, we weren't getting a whole lot done with no power. And the entire building was dark. Those buildings get really quiet when there's no power in them. And of course, one of the security guys shines a flashlight into the room. He's like, "What are you guys doing in there?" And we're just sitting there on the sofa. We said, "We're looters. What do you think we're doing in here?" So everybody had to exit the building because there wasn't going to be power anytime soon. And I do remember at least a week and a half later, the streetlights were still being run by generators. Now, do I have any? I do have some of my fast matte white left over here, don't I? So that was one of the crazier things to happen downtown. And there was a whole bunch of people just wandering around. It was very difficult for anybody to get out of there because, again, street lights. And usually 250,000 office workers, they kind of gradually leave. They don't all leave at once. It took people hours to get out of there. Pretty much could have walked home almost as fast. There's some of that lighter white in there. The State of Illinois building, they had some kind of one of those gyms or something like that, or a exercise, whatever, and there were fish floating around in that. Not usually. It was not meant for fishing, indoor fishing. That was yeah, there was a lot of places that had indoor fishing all of a sudden. And it pretty much looked like a toilet bowl. And they were trying to shove mattresses down in there, anything to try and plug that leak. They were throwing bricks down into that. Hey, Thranuel, how you doing? So Thranuel getting to paint the first of the Wardrhun. The basing video where we were basing these guys here and the other Conquest figures, that'll go up on the Patreon page in a couple of days. Well, actually, no, tomorrow, because now it's the 29th. I don't think I can get that. No, I can't get that any lighter, so we're just about done with that. Now we have to also try and... I think we're going to maybe get some of our Terra Rosa down here, maybe. See if that's going to work. Yeah, a little Terra Rosa there, also over here. I think we're going to replace that dark green with the Terra Rosa there too. Yeah, it was kind of neat to be able to work on these really giant figures here. I mean, these are massive. Holy smokes. But not 72 mil. Darn close to it. A little bit of breakfast before work. Food actually sounds really good right now. And I do believe on the next one, I think we'll try this party skin color right here. The reds and the blues should be very interesting. I don't know if there'll be cobalt blue in there, but there might be some ultramarine. Yeah, we'll use the Williamsburg ultramarine. Could be interesting. All Yeah, I needed to lighten that up just a smidge there. And of course, to make it epic, basing bits here. And then, of course, we'll get all kinds of nice foliage and flock and other things all on this area here. Not going to bother really painting very much there. No point in it. No need to do that. Let's see if I can sneak in a couple little lights here on that plant. The underside of that. Let me see if I can just use something like this here. Let me get a little bit of the yellow into that. I could use a little more light on the underside of some of the, and actually that leaf never really did get any lighter colors on it. Let's see, this one did on the underside. These not so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate all the little hobbits at Catacombs. Thank you so much. Hello, little hobbits. It's like, dude, if you call me a chicken, I will end you. Oh, by the way, there's another bird that's looking for you. I think his name is Guahir. He's like, oof. He didn't see me, did he? I don't know. If you want to, you better get out of here pretty quick, guys, because I see him over there. And then along comes Guahir. He says, oh, dude, I just missed him, didn't I? It's like, yeah, he was just here. Who is that old guy? He smells really bad, too. It's like, phew, you think he smells bad? Wait till he jumps on top of you, like I'm his personal Uber service or something like that. It's like, wait a minute, you don't let him jump on your back? I sense a revolution here. That's Guahir. Yeah, Lethal Shadows, it's hard to imagine it being quite that close to green. We sure as heck appreciate it. It's definitely helped a bunch. Again, especially since with all the chaos and everything, that has basically wiped out any possibility of doing the usual commission work. So we appreciate everyone that has contributed to that. Now let me see if I can get my... I just noticed down here a little tiny leaf that didn't get quite as much of the light on there as we wanted. Well, that's I think obviously we had Shadowfax make an appearance, and well, Shadowfax doesn't really like being called the Mr. Ed of Middle Earth, but let's see. Well, Pachi definitely well, and it kind of goes with the miniature painting too. It's you do what you can, right? Don't kind of look at other folks and judge yourself by other folks. You just, as long as you're having fun with it, that's really what matters. And there's a whole lot in life that's not very fun. Might as well try and get some fun where you can. And all that matters, if you're having a blast doing it, well, that's the most important thing. That is really the most important thing, because again, if it's something that you enjoy, I mean, even if it's not something that you, well, like here, if I'm doing this for a living, so well, people are going to be seeing it. Obviously, for you, if it's just your fun thing, you don't necessarily have to post it out there or even show it to other folks. You just enjoy it, and then maybe share it with the other folks who are going to enjoy it too. Let me see if I can go a little bit lighter here with this. There's a couple of these veins on these leaves. I haven't actually painted these leaves yet. We painted the Monstera leaves. Those also from Make It Epic Basing. Maybe a bit more of our light there. Now this, Let me see if I can go over here. Back to the phthalo, but not quite as light as it was. No, I'm going to go over here to her. But wow, it's phthalo violet. There you go. We have some of the violet, also a little bit of the phthalo green. That was looking a little bit devoid of any kind of shape or shading or color. Same on this other side here. Yeah, nothing super dramatic about that section, but we need to get a little something in there. Also over here. Now there we have a lot of green on this chest. What about... That's some of the asphaltum there. Well, I'd punch you again. Well, sometimes it's just a matter of you can maybe some books. There might be some interesting things there. Obviously, well, lots of stuff on YouTube. Who knows? Maybe there'll be some kind of just some critical thing that you see on a YouTube video, and it just makes it click for you. I know. I was in art school for years, and even then, watercolors were still a struggle, even having taken 2 years of the class and practiced it like crazy. It was kind of frustrating, that's for sure. Yeah, photography, that is its own art form unto itself because of all the different things that you can do with it. There's a lot of different factors that go into the apertures and focus and all that other kind of stuff, depth of field. Let's see, I think I might need a couple more lights down in there, maybe, we'll see. I might just throw a little bit of here's some lighter tones along the edges of these rocks. We'll get our, well, radiant violet, some of the green here. Now that's got some of our fast matte white, and that's probably about as light as I want to go with these things. Yeah, most of them just going to be covered with some kind of foliage and flock and tufts. I'll throw a little bit of brilliant yellow pale in that too. That's also going to neutralize some things. Like so, there we go. Again, all the basing on this was done. Just bulletin board cork, some of our texture paste, and then of course the Make It Epic basing bits. Ooh, wow, that was way too much thinner there. And that pretty much is going to have to, that's about as far as we can go with making that stuff lighter. Here it is. Throw a little bit of warmer color there on the bottom of this. A couple of the stems here. A little bit of light down there. Alright, now that also got the violet in there. It might be a little bit better with some green in it. Hey, Demon Alan, nice to see you. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Saturday. Very happy to finally get a chance to be painting one of these Wardrhun here. Very fun. So Demon, I hope you've had a chance to maybe get to do some painting yourself as we add some more Egyptian violet here. Like so, there we are. Sharpens up some of those edges here too. Oh, there we go. Indigo violet. Oof, indigo blue and Egyptian violet together. Now that's a powerful combination. That's going to go here. There, that's really going to mix it. Wow, there's going to get some nice separation in some of those leaves. So yeah, actually, well, one of the reasons I use Winsor Newton paints here is because I used to use Winsor Newton watercolors out of the tube, of course. Yeah, and here in Chicago, there's all that people that talk about those lovely colors on the leaves. Those last for about 2 minutes before the wind and all that stuff knocks them off the trees, and they're just rotting on people's lawns and in the gutters. I'll see those postcard things of trees with all that color on them and stuff. I keep saying, where is that? Because that doesn't happen here. Demon Ellen, that sounds really cool. Actually, Demon Ellen, if you wanted to share, if you have a link to a Discord or Insta link or something like that to what you were doing with that, and you want to share that in the chat, that would be fabulous. Last little bit of again, that's our indigo violet. We use that. Oh yeah, well, on this unit right here, lots of indigo violet. So we'll be seeing that a bunch more too. That's on these guys right here. Remember the Sun Spear Royal Guard, also Song of Ice and Fire. We do a fair amount of that, as much Lord of the Rings as we do. We also do an awful lot of Song of Ice and Fire. Going to try and shift this over more towards the Egyptian violet here. Throwing a couple of more darks down in there. Oh, and by the way, 4 hours and 22 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. This was completely paint free. There was no paint on this at all. It's all been done from primer to this in the last 4 hours and 22 minutes. Let's see if I can't lighten up the top of this, well, whatever, tunic or leather stuff that she's got. Skins, maybe. Well, that's what leather is. Oh yeah, Demon Ellen, if you want to post, if you have anything posted to that there, you could share that Discord link in the chat with your cell shading. Can't say that 10 times fast without messing that up. There's my blending brush. Get some of that green off of there. And we're going to take this, and we're just going to do a little tap, 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 and get that all back in order again. Alright, Midwest Miniature Guy, you have a good one. Again, everybody please give Midwest Miniature Guy a follow. So, Midwest Miniature Guy, good luck with the wedding, all that stuff. I hope that works out and ends up being well, very easy for you anyways, for sure. And everybody please check out Demon Allen's link there to that Discord. I think that's about what we can do there. Now, let me see if I can't do something with the tattoo things over here. Because there's an awful lot of gray, which is not a bad thing. I think I need to add a little complexity to this pattern over here somehow. Open up that section. You know what? Oh, no. I was thinking of doing some other Terra Rosa here. That would be a mistake. because we have all that warm color here, that orange next to it, so not so much more. Let me see, do I want to try and do some tattoo things there? Probably not. No, I think we'll maybe not do that. I will maybe take some of the yellow pale and some of the perline black here. And see if we can maybe get some lights in the hair somehow without making the hair too light. And it just basically ends up being a green. It's a super dark green. Ends up looking just like more like gray than anything else. Doji, how you doing? Nice to see you. Alright, Manuel, you have a good one. Have yourself a good one. Take care. Doji, nice to see you back. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with the Egyptian violet here, and of course the phthalo green, kind of juxtaposing those. Then we did a little bit of tattoo stuff there on the Wardrhun Rider. Well, that should be very fun there. Yeah, and then all in that the cell shading style. See, I can't say that 10 times fast. Could barely say it once, very slowly. Okay, that just needed to be. All of a sudden, there was a weird hard edge here. We don't need that. We're just gonna do a little bit of a stippling effect there. That takes care of that. So Doji, I'm sure that you probably have to head out very soon, I'm sure. Because, between the kids and all the other stuffs, usually got lots of busy things happening. Let's see. Oh, and we did that. If you remember this one, we did some. Remember, we did some cobalt blue on this guy right here, and we found the cobalt blue, and as for whatever reason, it was actually a better color for doing the pin line washes. This was the cobalt violet right here on this party skink, and well, I was thinking of doing that red and blue, so who knows, you might be seeing some cobalt. You might be seeing some cobalt on another Wardrhun Rider. So I think that will, because I wanted to do one of these as a tutorial video, so we'll probably do that particular one there, maybe with the cobalt and the little ultramarine blue too. Wow, I didn't think I could go that much lighter on his beak there, but I guess we can. Yeah, there we go. Let's try and get a little more of the light right in here. Get rid of that piece of fuzz that's there. So headed off to a museum. Well, I hope that it's fun. Well, the Museum of Science and Industry, that's what that would be here in Chicago. I think we have, the U505. That is a very unique exhibit for something that is a science museum. But that's been here for a long, long, long time. Yeah, Doji, I just figured I wanted to paint at least one of these. And of course we have those, well, technically I have two other units, the two other 100 Kingdoms units. Maybe we can try and see what's available, more Wardrhun units on eBay or something like that. So I want to throw a little bit more of that red in here. I might just do that, and it's just a little hint of it here. All I'm trying to do is get some of the lightest lighter on the ends of these feathers. And now that red, that would be the Naphtha red. That's not the Fanchon red. Well, it seems like they try to have things for the younger kids. I know. Well, the coal mine is always supposed to be one that's a kid favorite thing, but boy, it can be really, that can be a noisy exhibit right there. Okay, yeah, it's a little bit of this red. I think I might also get just a little bit of the radiant yellow into that too. Oh yeah, Doji, I really hope that that's fun. You really, like anything else, right? You want to get them kind of started early into those type of things, that kind of interest. I mean, that's how it was here with some of the books that were given to me when I was a kid. I couldn't even read most of the stuff that was in those books, but there were enough illustrations and drafting type things in there that, well, I was able to catch on. Now we'll extend out some of this a little more here. Again, this lighter red. I might even go one more level of making this lighter. It's just a little splash of that red right here. Well, Demon Ellen, sorry that there's that kind of a impediment there to the painting. That definitely makes it kind of difficult for sure. The miniature painting, no matter how you approach it, there is a X amount level of slouching, and well, you're using your shoulders an awful lot. No doubt about that. Couple more blasts of our lighter red here. So it just continues out a little bit further there. Makes it a little extra interesting. When you're trying to make your red lighter, obviously you want to get those yellows in there. Otherwise it's going to start turning really magenta. I mean, if that's what you want, that's not a bad thing, but most people, they're not wanting their reds to turn pink. That's what's going to happen. If you just use white and red, just going to make some pink for you. Hey, Surface Tension, how you doing? If we could please give Surface Tension Painting a little look-see on Instagram there. Surface Tension, definitely post your links. And of course you got that bright red right next to a very cool but very intense phthalo green. That's an important little combination right there. Now I'm gonna go back to my asphaltum here. That's pretty much still just pre-glazed with a little bit of our light dry brushed over the top. But let me see if we can do a little something more with this. Also, you know what? I might do... Oh, yeah. How's about some of this orange up here on that piece of... That'll make that stand out from everything. There we go. I knew there was something else that just wasn't really playing out very much there. And also, too, up here. Yeah, Demon L, that's for sure. Now, hopefully, I don't know, maybe those elbow pads that I was telling you about, maybe you don't have to lean quite so hard on your shoulders if you have those. Well, they're not elbow pads, they're actually wrist pads that people use for preventing the carpal tunnel syndrome. So, Erin, nice to see you back. And everybody, please check out the link there from Surface Tension Painting. Yeah, this has the 3D printed basing bits on it down there, from Make It Epic. So, Erin, I hope that you've had a chance to kind of chill out, rest up a little bit there. I know usually this time of night is for kind of relaxing with a little bit of a shower there. Here, let's get some more of our yellow up in there too. But oh yeah, lighten the bottom of that. I'm glad you're able to do that. It got pretty active and wild here with the level 7 hype train. So again, thanks to everybody that helped make that happen. There was a couple of times where it was getting close to expiring there, and it got saved just at the last second. So we appreciate that. I'm going to try the orange again. Down over here. Ah, yeah. Okay, that's more like that's going to actually stand out from the skin tone there. Not so much value-wise, but color-wise. That's very important. So 7:25 in the morning there for Demon Ellen and through Ascension. I'm going to go walk the Greyhound. Here, let's throw some light onto that. Same here. All right. Finish this out. Let's see, how much lighter do we want to go with that? Not too much lighter. Another little bit of the leather right there. See if we can just get that to separate a bit from all of these skin tone there. That's mostly just pre-glaze that's right there. Doji, I haven't used the fast matte phthalo yet. I thought I would just kind of save that for when all the other fast mattes get here, and then try and do either a couple little videos or something like that. Find some things where we could test those guys out. Maybe even stuff that I've already painted with the regular oils there, so we could almost have even more of a direct comparison to how they function.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Mega. I appreciate that. So does Gano. He's like, that's a mega chicken right there. He's like, dude, you keep calling me a chicken, I'm gonna call that eagle after you. He's like, oh, go out here? Yeah, I'm out. Well, he gets out of there fast. He bails really quick. He bails quite quick. So Doji, I've got at least, I think, 4 more of those coming. Then there's also at least one other Williamsburg color. It was Mars Red, because I want to try and do, I think you heard me talking about trying to do a kind of a skin tone video, maybe a comparison of a couple of different things together, see how they work as skin tones. Because we did one of those skin tone videos a while back. No, we did about 2 or 3 of them, that's right. Yeah, Doji. Now the fast mats, they're getting, well, they're getting discontinued, but maybe that's this current iteration is getting discontinued. They might bring them back again as something else. And they're basically on clearance right now. That was the other reason. Wasn't necessarily getting them so much for tutorial videos, but almost for me to be able to use on commission stuff or something that has a very tight drying deadline to it, basically. Something like that. Alright, so we've got this pretty darn light orangey color here. Let me see what we can do down here with some of these straps here. Again, with the mold lines doing what they do. Let's see what we can do. Oh, so 2 we need. To get, at least get a little bit of light here. We all we have is just the pretty much asphaltum slash Van Dyke Brown. Now, Asmo, we had a couple of interesting Book of Wapple readings here, and we went back to all the way back into the 40s over here, I think. Yeah, I think we went to maybe this one. Yeah, well, this Conquest stuff, well, that was all about it right there. There was a lot of hard lessons learned. Not necessarily lessons that I wanted to learn, but, well, I learned them anyways. Yeah, and then, of course, here, well, guess what? There was some failure involved in these Conquest miniatures here, trying to get these things put together. Again, it was a whole new line of miniatures, never seen them before, so there was some learning there. And then, of course, here we used a lot of Egyptian violet. All hail Egyptian violet. Everything else, well, that's just purple. All hail the Egyptian violet. And then, of course, that's when we found out that tubes of paint actually talk to each other. Yes, we actually had a puppet show with 2 tubes of paint. We had diazonine violet and the Egyptian violet squaring off against each other. Never thought that was going to happen. So Doji, let's see, I think, well, I'm just trying to think you would want maybe Prussian blue as your blue. Maybe radiant yellow as your yellow. And then probably, well, I guess it depends, is your red going to be like a Fanchon red or maybe a Naphthol red? So all those 3 things will make a big difference. So yeah, Doji, that was kind of freaky even for me to see a couple of paint tubes talking to each other. Basically talking smack at each other. Yeah, the Egyptian violet was just like, bring it on. That was early in the stream too. That wasn't in some kind of fatigue inspired whatever. No, that was when things were just getting started. And of course, well, there may be some access to Book of Wapple stickers that could be happening at a certain point too. That could happen. We appreciate somebody who's been working on those. We're just teasing that just a smidge as we tease a little bit of the pinkish light right there. Everybody, please check out the link that Brush Guy just posted there. And Doji, you haven't had a chance to see these on screen yet. So there is the, what are they, these Golden Company swordsmen, right? So that was our latest video, just finished those off the other night. Now, Pachi Power says that those Lego characters, well, they naturally talk to each other. And of course, well, they talk to us too. They tell us to do stuff. You never know what kind of stuff they want you to do. Let me get back to my green over here. That's a sort of a warm-ish green. I don't know. I really want that to be that much light. Well, let's go with it. Let's see what happens here. Can you? Well, tail's kind of in the way there, so I know you can't quite see what we're doing with that. So we won't spend a whole lot of time on that then. So yeah, well, that's the. Oh, remember the elephant there? The Oliphant. I guess Golden Company. That's part of the your neutrals, right? Your Boltons. And then, well, of course, we have the. Speaking of Martells, we also have these guys here. We did the final basing video on them. And now, Doji, is there a cavalry unit? I swear, it's driving me nuts because I could swear there was a cavalry unit and it was a Martell cavalry unit. Maybe there's not, and I'm just maybe, but it was almost like an outrider type unit, kind of a light cavalry. It is making me absolutely insane that I can't find that anywhere. Well, can't find anything in this room anymore because it's just gotten to be so disastrous. Alright, yeah, we throw a little bit lighter plumage right there on his leg. Yeah, I don't know if I want to lose too much of my phthalo green there, so I'm gonna come back with the blending brush, just to have a little bit of that. We're also gonna smooth out again some of these brush strokes here. Take some of this away now. Well, and again, less than 5 hours ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. And by no paint, I mean just primer and nothing else. That's all. I suppose I should try and get some... here, let's go with the darker stuff here. Let's get some of this Egyptian violet back into the mix here. Okay, that's more like it. Do some more here. But it was something along the lines of these Stark Outriders, and it was sort of in a yellow/orange box. So it, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't Baratheon. That just I'll have to well, if I can ever finally do the studio rebuild here, probably would end up somewhere. Now let me get a couple of darker bits of violet in here. Darker that is, the more some of our reds will stand out. Go back to my phthalo green here. And I have to look and see. It looks like it's all infantry in the starter box, right, for the Martells. So it definitely wasn't a starter box thing. Alright, more of a phthalo green over here too. Get some things here. It's sort of along the lines of what we did with our horsies, where we were putting some texture in their fur. Darken this up too. And the key thing is the shadow areas here. That is actually kind of one of our brownish grays. That was established basically from the pre-glaze. Now, what we haven't done in a while is a film noir. Now, of course, we'll have a little more shading than when we first did this, but you can see it looks very bland now, right? There's no terra rosa in the shadow of the skin there. There's no phthalo greens, there's no reds, no purples there. Looks very much more dull, even though there's a fair amount of light and shadow. So when people say more contrast, you can say, well, what type of contrast are we talking about? Value contrast, light, warm versus cool, red versus green, that sort of thing, orange and purple. What kind of contrast do you mean? Edge contrast, saturated versus unsaturated, all of those are contrasts. And they're all just as important as light and dark. Speaking of which, I'm going to try and get a few more lights here in the skin tone, but not the terra rosa, because we have right next to it all that orange right there. Because a decent chunk of what's down there is still practically pre-glaze. So yeah, there was our film noir again. Well, we'll do this side here. Well, even here. Yeah, there's value there, but looks kind of dull. Same thing over there until we bring back the color. Now you can see your red's right next to that green. A warm, intense red next to a cool, intense green. And of course, so Egyptian violet. Hard to get much more intense than that, right, Toshi? And all hail Egyptian violet. Oh, that was that was our last thing that we saw in our Book of Wapple there. Okay, looking at the spear, I'm going to get some dark indigo actually up here. As if that's maybe supposed to be something that's a little more, say, obsidian or whatever. Possibly even just do a pin line wash of that. Even more of a pin line wash here. Ah, look at that radiant blue sitting right there. Ooh, that's a little too much thinner given we just did a pin line wash right here. So yeah, let's not use paint that's got to be too thin. We'll let that mix into what we just did. Okay, yeah, we needed a little bit of a color change right there. No, that doesn't have enough of the indigo in it. There, that's a little more of the indigo. Alright, so that just changes this up a little bit here. So there's again the radiant blue. Oh, we have. Thought we still had some of our fast matte white out there. Okay, there we go. Make this a little bit lighter along the edge there now. And this thing right down the center here, we're going to have to make sure there's not too much thinner on that because there's a bunch of thinner just sitting right here. Look at that. The thick paint sticks to the thinner paint and vice versa. Bingo. There we go. Now I'll carry some of that some of that same blue maybe out here onto some of our rocks. There we are. Sorry about that. Voice is starting to go a little bit here. Well, it is also about almost 2 o'clock in the morning here. And while we're just about 5 hours into the stream here. And again, 5 hours ago, there was no paint on this guy. He was paint free. Just a little bit of primer, that's it. Now I'm going to see if I can't somehow get to my phthalo green here. And right here on his foot, you can't even see it, but I'm just going to try and get a couple little bits of lighter color on his foot. I'm going to pretty much get a whole bunch of foliage there and just kind of cover that up so I don't have to worry about it. And just like Armin Wolf says, no sleep at Wappleville. We have to, we'll set things up for tomorrow as well. Unfortunately, nothing else. I'm out of all the stuff in here to drink. We've consumed all of that. There is none left. We tried to come as prepared as we could. We had a decent amount of it, but all that is gone. Well, we have the cough drops. We always have that option. No, where's my Perline Black? That's more like it. So Asmo, if you wanted to post any pictures of your miniatures or anything like that, that would be fantastic. Hey, Frozen Toes, how you doing? Let me see. Do we have anything left here? No, there's a... Like I said, we've got maybe a... Oh, there you go. That's what we done got left. Hey, Frozen Toes, how you doing? At this point now, it would all be down to some cough drops, as we had some Perline Black to some of our plants over here down in the shadows. So Frozen Toes, happy Saturday. Let me see if I can. Maybe, maybe not. First time painting these leaves here, so very interesting. Again, we've got two more of these. Two more of these here. Again, one of them is going to be for a painting video. The other one might, who knows, I might be painting that on the More Than Dice podcast, potentially. Oh, thanks, Frozen Toes. Yeah, there was a lot of Egyptian violet, as you can see, and then phthalo green. Lots of phthalo green. And then we actually did sort of a pre-glaze of a mostly Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the brown matter, and then actually did the lighter greens over the top of that. And then we have some little bit of quick tattoo patterns, nothing super elaborate or anything. There we go. Everybody, please check out the link that Asmo just posted there. Asmo, I know you haven't really had a whole bunch of time to do much painting since Adepticon and such. I mean, sorry, since ReaperCon. Sorry, Adepticon is. There's been a lot of talking about that and trying to figure out what's going to happen with that. And as always, we want to say thanks to all the folks at Adepticon for doing the shirt, the Fort Wapples shirt. That was really generous of them. All right, Doji Boy, have fun at that museum. Definitely let me know. Let me know how that goes. Hopefully, it's an inspirational kind of day trip there. That would be fantastic. Now, this thing over here, it's supposed to be bone or something like that, I guess. You know what? Here, let me get this Perline Black. So we've got a grayish, very much a grayish green. It's just going to look like gray on here. Not even going to look like green. Yeah, so that's right. I still have to get some for us. Still haven't gotten those for us yet. Hopefully they don't run out of them. Alright, now maybe... I guess I'm just going to have to throw some more of the fast matte white out here. I mean, just the tiniest little bit. That's all I need. I was hoping to get some really light action here on that spear point. Well, just a little bit thinner here. And this also is going to have to be relatively thick because, remember, we were just doing some pin line washes there. However, I don't think it looks... Yeah, you can see that's way less shiny there. And that's going to right there at the tip. And then a bit more over here. And of course, what is it? Not this weekend, but next weekend. We've got the Warfare weekend classes that we're doing. One of those is on metallic metals. One of them is on object source lighting. Huge surprise, I know. Huge surprise that we'll be covering those two topics here. But those are Now, there's going to be done via Zoom, so you do not have to be at Warfare Weekend, because I'm not at Warfare Weekend. I'm here. So again, that's the 2 Zoom classes. And obviously, well, we'll be doing the usual oils. We'll print up a couple of really fun miniatures that make it very easy to show off those techniques. So yeah, they are just Zoom classes. Real brush guy, I think you've heard me say a couple of times, it's all in the reflections. Let the miniature tell you, because the miniature will tell you exactly what color to put where. And again, the reflections, right? I mean, here we've got our little example here of the Highland miniatures figure here. So again, the light hits that, bounces it here. You're reflecting the ground. Same thing here, you got the sky color there, you've got whatever is going to be happening here, the ground color again. If you've got, I mean, if he's walking down a red brick road or something like that, well, guess what? There's going to be all kinds of red reflected there. If he's wearing, well, here's another example of it too. So you can see, right, they got the horizon lines on the back of those, and also we have some of the purple color reflected into the armor as well. It's just whatever's around it. So Landrast, let's see. I only have to wear adult diapers for 30% of the day. Those are my qualifications for being able to teach both classes. Now, the other 70% of the day I cannot confirm nor deny, but at least the 30% of the day we don't need those. That's my qualifications, and I'm sticking to it. And of course, nothing like that helps more for streaming than one of those. Now, of course, depending on what your diet might be, that time frame might reduce a little bit. Now here we actually have the knuckles on the hands, which are, you got these 2 little claw things right there where the knuckles are. Of course we do. So, and of course, was it T really puts the stream in streaming? Yeah, that's why we don't do the T stuff here, because, well, leads to a little different alphabet letter. What was the sign? Oh, yeah, that's right. At that scout camp, there was always the sign that said, "Welcome to our ool." Notice there is no P in it, so please keep it that way. That was, yeah, I remember that sign. Hey, Elite, welcome back. How are you doing? I'm going to stick with the asphaltimer. There is a little bit of the perline black that's also gotten into that, but there's a couple little edges here that we need to solidify, like so. Alright, well, Asmo, thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thanks for the cheers and such, too. Appreciate that. And who knows, maybe Kathy can try and do, before all the craziness kicks in again, maybe a Monday night Discord thing with everybody. I think that would be really, really good before all that lunacy starts again with the next cycle. Well, Landrest, you could consider that just warming the pool a little bit if it's that's what you call temperature control, very localized temperature control. Yeah, Asma, I really, really hope that she can do that. And especially since she's got, the setup there good enough at least to be able to do something like that. Okay. Now, what about that we're going to get a little dark on that one side. I'm actually trying, I still do have some of that fast matte white over here. Yeah, Asmo, I think it's just sometimes I always kind of, I don't want to bug her too much about doing that. Just say, hey, can have her maybe ask folks if they might want to be able to do that. Because you just never quite know when there could be a whole bunch of days where it's just not going to be possible for her to do that. There we go. And yeah, Rio Brushka, the non-metallic metal stuff, it really is. And of course, I think you've heard me say a whole bunch of times that looking for those cosplayers, guys that actually do the real, genuine armor cosplay, and they're in real environments. That is just huge. Yeah, otherwise yeah, it'll be too alkaline, or it won't be alkaline enough, right, Landrest? If you don't help out a little bit. We'll throw a little bit more of our light on the edge there. Let's see if we can do a little bit of that up here. Yeah, okay, that makes a little more sense now. What about under here? Not quite sure. There's a little bit of a weirdness in this. Not quite sure what that's supposed to be. That little divot right there. And then here it gets a little difficult to reach that area. So now, of course, depending on how many chocolate-covered raisins are consumed, that might affect the carbonation of the pool there, so to speak. Might be a little bit more fizzy. Now, let me see, did I... Ah, yeah, here's another area where we need to get some darks in there. Maybe just the asphaltum. Let's stick with that for right now. Let's see what that does. And that is enough. That should just about do it there. Yeah. Boy, the asphaltum is it's a sneaky, cheeky little color. Sometimes it can look light on the palette, and then you get on that miniature, and it can be really, really dark on that miniature. Now, I'm going to have to do the same over here on this side of that headdress. A little bit challenging. There's a spear right in the way, so I think that'll just about do it. There, now that also should get some light too, I think. Yeah. Up here we got our fast matte white. And that's going to go right into here. Not too much of it. That is sort of a shadow area right there, but we need a little bit there. Otherwise, also to right along that edge. There we go. We need to separate those two. Kind of like our Ossiarchs, where they had all kinds of those fissures in between the bone sections. And we'll throw it. Oh, wait. Yeah, some of our light right there. Bingo. Carry this down a little bit too. Yeah, that was suddenly just kind of ended right there. Ah, we need to do the same over here. I thought so. Smidge more thinner, but man, not too much. Otherwise, that's just going to sink right down in there as a pin line wash. Not what I want to have happen. We'll throw a little bit of our light here. That's pretty much mostly pre-glaze that's there. Well, maybe with a little bit of our light that got dry brushed onto that. Frozen toast, I wonder if that's made also from the brown matter plant or if it's got brown matter in it. Because you know how I've said so often that brown matter really dries quickly. It doesn't have any alkyds in it or anything weird. Let me see here. So that's nope, that's the Van Dyke brown. There's the asphaltum. And is this brown matter? Yes, it is. So what do they have in here? Well, that's pigment red 101. So not sure. Yeah, no, that's well, and that has safflower oil in it. That's weird that that would dry so darn fast with safflower oil in it. But frozen toast, that could have something in it. Maybe there's just there's less linseed oil slash whatever kind of stuff in there. Because as we know with things like the Scale 75 stuff and well the AK Interactive stuff, if it's got a whole bunch of linseed oil in there, it's going to take longer to dry. So that might have a big consequence. Could be a big factor in that drying time. Well, I know it is, but there's really no way to know. They don't say, they'll say that it's in there. They never say how much linseed oil or whatever is in there. I wonder if that's also another thing with reds where they just have a tendency to put more linseed oil and that sort of stuff in with the reds. That's why they take longer to dry. Alright, yeah, you can at least see that foot over there. Nah, it's a little too light. Here, we're going to take that and we'll just take down some of the edge. Now, where's our orange over here? That will separate it from the skin. I don't know. I want to really make it lighter. What the heck? What the heck? We'll just make that lighter for now. And there's a little bit of that our purple matter, which that is not quite as fast drying. And it's weird because it also has a little bit of a shininess to it, which brown matter doesn't have. And they're both made from the madder plant. And of course, rose madder, I haven't gotten that because that is not a cheap color there, I'll tell you. Now, there's nothing like a little cardboard, right? And again, our palette, all it is just well, it's a combination of, here, let me see if I can get these out. It's just a palette paper and a piece of cardboard. Or sorry, the parchment paper and then a piece of cardboard. It's just some clips just clipped onto the cardboard, and that's it. Very simple. And like Frozen Toes was saying, that little bit of cardboard, that's going to absorb some of the excess. And then, of course, with the parchment paper, I can just chuck that, throw it in the garbage. Very easy. And not terribly expensive. And guess what? You can also use some of that same, some pieces of that parchment paper to cook with. I do that all the time. And of course, get the flat sheets, not that rolled up stuff, because the flat sheets will stay flat. The rolled up stuff, not so much. So yeah, always get the flat stuff. That works. It's so much easier to deal with when you're cooking as well. It's easier for painting, easier for cooking. Hey there, Bithron. How you doing? So yeah, Bithron, we've been 5 hours, 13 minutes on this guy. But now that it is around 2 o'clock, I'm going to see who else is... I know Jinx is probably streaming. Let's see. We've got Barkax. I haven't rated Barkax, so maybe we'll hit Barkax miniature soon. Thanks, Bithron. Yeah, this is the first of the Wardrhun. Alright, so we got 3 of these that we can work with. And I want to save at least one of them for a tutorial video. Again, the other one might be painted on the More Than Dice podcast, although Who knows? But they may not be doing that this weekend because with Warfare Weekend. And again, one last little word about the Warfare Weekend. We have those two Zoom classes that we're doing, and one of them is the non-metallic metal variety. You can bet we're going to be using the R word an awful lot. Reflections, reflections, reflections all the time. And object source lighting, well, that's simple enough. Establish the lighting as soon as possible. Bingo, there we go. Alright, that does that pretty well. So Bithran, I hope that, I know that you're still not quite 100% there, but hopefully feeling better. You know what, I might even let that same dark but warmer purple. That purple is actually warmer than all the Egyptian violet around it. It's dark, but Egyptian violet is much more, it's going to cover much more. The purple matter, not so much. Very translucent. Well, that's good, Bithron. See if I can throw a couple of, yeah. I might even, let me see if I can't do a quickie little hand line wash here somehow. Well, we'll take the phthalo green, maybe a little bit of the perlene black as well. It's a hard to reach area there, so we're going to try and do that pin line wash stop. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that gets down into those recesses just fine. And now a couple little batches of light. I think we'll use our light right over here that we've used on the fronts of his, well, the hands, the arms, whatever. Can you see this? And on the other side, we've got that sort of a pinkish color here. We're going to go with the green. Can't have too much thinner in that because we just did a pin line wash here. If it is too thin, it's just going to, well, it's going to join our pin line wash. Well, then we'll have sad face. Well, Bithran, I know it's I think it'll be very fun for you getting back into the mechs once again. I think that's about all we can do here. I'm going to grab my blending brush. Make sure that is not, there we go. That was a kind of a weird little edge to have down there. So Snack Punch, I don't really do much at all on Discord, unfortunately. I do very, very little. Instagram, Facebook, well, YouTube, those are the things that I do. So yeah, Instagram and the Facebook Messenger, those are pretty much my primary way of communicating with folks. Actually, how you doing there, Snack Punch? Also, sorry, I should have said that first. Should have started with hello. So sorry. Well, I think the fatigue there also start to make the brain forget what it's supposed to do. So Snack Punch, I hope that you're doing well. You know what? Oh, we never did any of this stuff. Wow, okay. Never really had some fun down here. And we were able to pretty much get rid of, it looks like, the little weird gaps that were down here to deal with. Yeah, wow, I almost forgot. That would have been unfortunate because there's an opportunity for doing fun little things here. Okay, thanks, Snack Punch. That'll actually be very helpful. I'd always intended to do more stuff with the Discord, but the situation that arose here, that pretty much, well, I barely get to do my Instagram stuff anymore. So that kind of changed the parameters a wee bit here. How much lighter do I want to go? Not too much lighter than this. But you can see how we take that hair, well, feathers, whatever, and we sort of carry that a little bit further along here. I'm going to do this too. Phthalo green. Just a hint of the dry brush in there. Just a little something. You can see it's picking up a lot of that purple right there. So Snack Punch, if you go to my homepage, right, of my Twitch channel, you'll see one of the very first buttons you see says donate to the channel, and that'll actually put you right into there. Basically, whatever that is, it goes always right to whatever fund that you're trying to do. It always goes right to that. So yeah, that's should just be there. I know it's difficult on the phone. It's a lot easier on say a laptop or something like that. Yeah, let me find a couple more light, some greens here. If we can do that. Now, and there you go. Armored Wolf just made it a whole bunch easier for you. There's the link right there. So that should make it easier, whether it's a phone or a laptop. Yeah, Arda Michael, well, geez, I'm sure that yeah, ours is definitely less than that. But just get lucky that the little heater warms up that resin just enough, and of course the Soraya Smoky Black really does work. Well, in all those crazy weather circumstances. Let me get a couple more lighter greens right there. And again, there was some mold line edge here that we had to worry about. So Snack Punch, that will certainly be appreciated as we get just a little more light under the eye there. Can we do that on this side too? Okay, it's going to be interesting trying to squeeze that in there, but let's give it a shot. That's our phthalo green, and glad I did that. It really does sharpen up the eye right there. And again, yeah, and today, now that it is the 29th, it is her birthday today. And it seems like she's having a decent night of sleep because she hasn't been in the chat here. Let me get a little bit more of my green. I'm going to refine a couple of these edges too. These get a little bit lost. Carry that green a little bit further out towards the front of the beak, maybe. Now, surface tension. Oh yeah, if you want to toss some links to those into the chat there. I know that you've been working really hard on a bunch of different things. And of course, again, Lethal Shadows Gaming for your 3D printing. If you do not have a printer, or it just gets too darn cold where you are, well, just let Lethal Shadows handle that. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, look, we have it. It's gee, Snack Punch. Thank you so much. Oh, we got one little drop there. Thank you so much, Snack Punch. I appreciate that. That is fantastic. It helps a ton. Really does. Especially since we always seem to get some new type of gear or something like that to try and make her feel better. So thank you so much. And thank you so much, Elite. Appreciate the kind words. Really do. So thank you so much, Snack Punch. appreciate that. I wish we had a little bit more than just a tiny little drop in there. Oh, look at that. One last drop. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Everybody also please check out the link by Surface Tension Painting. Yeah, and Armored Wolf is, it's, well, a grueling schedule of shows to say the least. Beyond grueling. Beyond grueling schedule. But thanks, Elite. I really do appreciate that. It's so bizarre that it was. I still remember, and we're talking like 2019. I think I was still doing Facebook Live and stuff, and even in, well, I know in 2018 because I've seen some of those Facebook memories or whatever. I knew that. Well, fortunately, Kathy was doing the Twitch stuff, so at least I had some sort of a reference to what Twitch is all about. So thank you so much, Snack Punch. And of course, it's way nicer than say the YouTube community where everything is kind of more territorial to say the least. So we appreciate everybody here, and it's a one heck of a community. It's also made all this oil painting stuff has gone so much faster. Oh, thank you so much, Frozen Toes. Appreciate that. Thank you. Because so many people have tried so many different paints. They'll send me messages say, hey, I found this out. Have you seen this? Or whatever, stuff like that. It's advanced the painting 10 years in a matter of 2 years. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, Snack Punch, what we were hoping to be able to do with this, right? And it was only about, I think it was 8 days before we were supposed to do the first one. They said, nope, you're not getting that. You're getting this instead. So that was that was devastating on multiple levels. Thank you so much. Obviously, we wouldn't have all of the post-session difficulties that we do now if they had just kind of, well, stuck with that. Unfortunately, that was not the case. So thank you so much for the bit surface tension painting. Appreciate that. And really all the so many different folks that just took up the oils and they were willing to share what they learned with me, which meant we could share more with other folks. And hopefully that's meant way more folks having fun. Thank you so much, Snack Punch. Yeah, that's I really do appreciate that because that has definitely lit, well, especially with on top of that the dissolution basically of any kind of commission stuff that I can do. Yeah, last commission thing I did was in April. That's, well, aside from doing the Patreon page and this, the commission stuff, that was how I made my living. That pretty much got ended abruptly, unfortunately, back in May. Now, yeah, the old oregano, of course. Well, Ardo Michael, you have some of the leaf cutters, right, from Green Stuff World. Oh, here we go. These things are really fantastic. I use those all the time, and they make for some fantastic leaf basing. So thank you so much, Snack Punch. That's is great to see that, especially as the year comes to a close here. So next year there'll be, well, its own set of challenges, of course, as that starts up again. So it's also about building for next year, too. Because without a doubt, this will continue into 2023. No idea how far. Now, well, Frozen Toes, well, I've been having some fun with the 2D art as well, right? And it's a really fun thing to be able to do both, isn't it, Frozen Toes? Well, thanks, Surface Tension. I really hope that it is. Also, and Grimm's got, he's got a lot of those vids too. And, well, of course, Stila and Drax and other folks that also stream the oils. Thank you so much, Snack Punch. Because it was very, bewildering. And even, now again, there's always some new weird thing that comes out of nowhere. Each of these first 3 rounds, the last one, well, we're kind of hoping to avoid the surprise that happened before the last one. That was no fun. Because those treatment sessions, well, the last one was 12 hours. We left the house at 6:05. We got back at about 6:10 in the evening. So that was a 12-hour marathon right there. We're hoping to avoid that. It's still going to be about 7 hours. So yeah, Lethal Shadows, having come from the YouTube side of things, where it is definitely some territory there. Now here we never really did get the lighter violet. You know what, we'll just go with this over here. And it was so funny when we started all this off, surface tension, as everybody said, you can't do this with oils, you can't do that with oils. I'll never forget when someone said, well, you can't do true metallic metals with oils, which then led to us, well, basically mixing our own metallic oils and doing all kinds of fun stuff with that. Of course, making our own fluorescent oil paints, because why not? Why not? Let me see if I can go a little lighter here with our fast matte. We'll just shove this over here. Well, that's going to be pretty light. And I'm really, really glad to see that folks are using those, and maybe, well, like for Frozen Toes, it kind of gets that that interest back again. I used to say it all the time. I don't know how many people I know, they've just given up on miniature painting. Just wasn't interesting. It was too much like work. Way too much like work, and they've since now gotten a lot more interest back into it again. It was getting a little bit scary. There were so many people that I knew, one by one, they just gave up on miniature painting. They just said, not fun anymore. And they just got rid of all their painting stuff, and they never did it again. And that seemed kind of sad when that happened. Wow, I wonder if there's a way to turn the tide on that. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. Okay, these days, mostly I'm just taking some of the Twitch sessions and kind of condensing those down. The last one actually was this, speaking of object source lighting, was that one right there. Who knows, maybe we'll try and print, well, I mean, it is interesting because it has that torch already, so who knows, maybe we'll print up that one and try and do that for object source lighting class. Alright, thank you so much, Snack Punch. I can tell her that she sent her a happy birthday present. Thank you so much, Snack Punch. Thank you so much. It definitely will make sleep a little bit easier. Well, to come by. There won't be as too much of it, but it will be easier to come by. Thank you so much. And you have yourself a good night. And hopefully, again, I will be streaming tomorrow night. It could be our normal time, but it might be later again because, well, Kathy's birthday. So it all kind of depends. Who knows? Maybe she's doing some kind of a hangout or something like that. That would be fun for her on her birthday. So thank you so much, Snack Punch. That means everything. Now, you see, we've... I'm going to take the blending brush to this. Oh, it was just like a bunch of dots right there. So what the heck's going on there? I think that's a little bit better now. Wow, that really... you could see the big old gap that ran through there. So again, the video that I did of this, we were able to actually do a pretty decent job of getting rid of those gaps. Thank goodness. There's a little too much paint on that brush. Take some of that away. This is actually some of that really light green. It's going to go on the beak here. Yeah, something along those lines. Ah, yeah, see here, this is another area that's kind of wonky right here. The first talon is okay. This one gets a little weird. Catch some light down there. Ah, no, let's just let a little light work its way on there. Here's our blending brush again. Tone that down. It's not too much. Now I actually have to go back to the darker side of thing. All right, Lethal Shadow, you have a good one. And everybody, at Lethal Shadow, if you want to pop your the lethalshadow.com in there one more time. And again, yeah, it's 2:26 here. We're gonna have to get going because we have to prepare all of Kathy's birthday stuff for later today. So thanks so much, Lethal Shadows. Appreciate you being here. All right, there we go. And well, 5 hours 35 minutes, not too shabby, right? For all of this done in just that time. So thank you so much, Frozen Toes. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Well, let's see who we've got out here. Actually, well, let's I don't know if JT is doing like a question and answer thing. I think he's doing that. So let's see. I think either Iron Ant. He's also painting there. Let's see. We haven't had a chance to read Barkax in a while, so maybe we'll try Barkax miniatures. So Recoil, thanks so much for being here. I appreciate that. This is again another Conquest miniature. Thanks so much, Armored Wolf, for doing all of the links and the moderation stuff. That is, of course, as always, a huge help. So again, they're our first Raptor Rider there from Conquest Miniatures. That was quite a blast, and we'll be doing some more of these. So here, let's get our rate countdown underway because that takes about 20 seconds or so. Lots of fun contrast there. We have some muted colors. We have some pretty energetic colors in there. Lots of opposites. So thanks again, everybody, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow.